Okay, so I'm going to give the first presentation on some updates. Before I go into these updates, I just want to mention that if you want to know what we're involved in, please go check out our website, yellowbillcuckoo.org. Also, like you're doing today, you can attend our working group meetings and our webinars. You can also request to sit in on our steering committee meetings and request steering committee meeting notes or minutes. And also, check out infographics and other work products on our website. So the first thing that I want to talk about is our efforts to create a range map for the Western DPS. Since I've been a coordinator for the working group for the past 2 years, I've had many requests for a range map just for the Western DPS, which is delineated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as part of the federal listing of the Western DPS. There are a lot of available maps out there for cuckoos. For example, those that show the potential range of a potential like Western subspecies, but these are breeding range focused. There are the maps produced by the Fish and Wildlife Service that show that Western DPS boundary. Again, it's really focused on the breeding range, and very often they're black and white. There's also a lot of species range maps, and this is for the whole species, and the Western DPS is not split out from the eastern birds. So when I was thinking about these requests, I was thinking, yeah, the working group really could use an aesthetically pleasing full annual cycle range map for the Western DPS. And so I sent out a request on the listserv for someone to help with this mapping effort. And that was last spring. And I got a response from April DeMonte, who's a restoration biologist with River Partners in California. And I was so grateful that she stepped up and that she helped with this effort. And we began partnering to build a map using the Western DPS boundary from the Fish and Wildlife Service, and also looking at other maps for the full annual cycle, such as the eBird map. And the eBird maps are really good because they're really based on where birds are detected. But the con is that they're based on observations, and so it's self-reporting, so there's limited coverage. And also western and eastern birds are lumped. We also looked at the Birds of the World maps. We found that this map was more complete in terms of covering the actual potential range of the cuckoo. But again, the western and the eastern birds were lumped, and looking at the wintering range, we realized that the wintering range really was not that accurate. So we decided to combine these three maps, the Western DPS boundary map, the eBird maps, the Birds of the World maps, with the results of Dr. Callie Stanley's work, where she was actually putting transmitters on birds and tracking the connectivity between breeding locations and migration and wintering areas. And so that gave us a much better idea of what was going on during the non-breeding season. So this is the map that we produced. And I'm really happy to have this map. I think it looks really great, and I'm just so appreciative of all of April's efforts on this. We decided to color code it to be somewhat similar to eBird. JPEGs and TIFFs will be uploaded onto our website for use with citation, and you can see the citation here, and it'll be up on our website as well. And if folks want to have the GIS files, just send me an email, and I'm happy to share them. So a couple of things about this map. This is really like the potential range of where birds could occur. This is not where birds are actually occurring. As we know, there's large portions of the Western DPS that are not occupied currently by cuckoos. Also note that when you look at the map, there are birds that breed east of the DPS boundary, and including those areas that right now are indicated as migration areas in Mexico. But by illegal definition, not biological definition, these are eastern birds. They're not part of the Western DPS. So that's why they're not included on this map as breeding areas. Like a lot of the other full annual cyclone maps, there's just no way to differentiate Western and Eastern cuckoos during migration or during non-breeding and wintering. At this point, we're learning more as we actually put transmitters on birds. So on this map, Western birds are lumped with Eastern birds. But having this map gives us a starting point. I think this is a really good place to start. This map will be refined and revised as we get more information, as we learn more about the actual range of the Western birds and, the connectivity and range overlap between Eastern and Western birds, particularly, during migration and during the non-breeding season. And we're already kind of looking at this map and thinking about how could it be revised. For example, when Mary Whitfield with the Southern Sierra Research Station looked at this map, she said, hey, maybe we should have kind of a question mark there on the Texas coast, because we're starting to see that birds are stopping over there on the Texas coast during their northward movements and then heading over to California to breed. So that's why this is kind of a nice starting point. And then we can start refining it and really zeroing in on what is the actual range of the Western birds. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about is our efforts to create a logo. I've talked about this before during a lot of our previous working group meetings. I've mentioned how important it is that the working group have an official logo for our website, for our emails, official letters, grant proposals, etc. And when I was thinking about the need for a logo, I was looking at the Western DPS range and I thought, gosh, this is kind of shaped like a cuckoo. And so I began to develop a logo idea. And you can see here, this is my initial sketch. And so I took that concept to the steering committee, and the steering committee, had a really positive response. They liked the idea of having the cuckoo and having the Western range, a map there on the logo, but the general consensus was that they really didn't want to have the cuckoo obscuring the range. They wanted them separate. And so in order to do that, we first needed to have a better range map, which now we have one, thanks to April. And we also need to have a good cuckoo image. And we prefer to have that image be more stylistic. I kind of did a quick little sketch of a cuckoo eating a praying mantis that was loosely based on a photo by Shannon McNeil. And that's what you saw on today's agenda and some of the announcements. But we really want to have something more stylistic, that's more logo-esque, as you would say. So we need to finalize this logo soon. It's been a while since we've been working on this. And so I wanted to just put it out to all of you. If there's anyone who'd like to help with this effort, who'd like to partner with me on getting this logo finalized, or also just if you want to submit your own logo designs, please do so. Send them out to me. We can send them out to the working group, and we can take a vote on them. So just let me know, if anyone's interested in that. So the next thing that I wanted to talk about, and just give a little update on, is our efforts to create some habitat guidelines. Jay Carlisle has talked about this in previous meetings about his and a number of other people's efforts to create these guidelines. The purpose really is just to sort of have some sort of document that gives some general guidelines on how to go about doing some habitat conservation and management and restoration for the cuckoo. And the components of these guidelines is to basically talk about what we recommend and how you would assess the outcomes of doing some of these activities. The challenges that folks faced when they were preparing these guidelines is just defining the proper scope. Should we have one sort of document that provides guidelines for the whole Western DPS, or should we have several guidelines that's for specific regions? We also found it challenging to fully um, capture the variation and habitat characteristics across the West. And so we're trying to think about how we can provide these guidelines in general enough terms that it's applicable to a large area, but that was specific enough that it was actually useful. So what ended up happening is we did create one general guide for the Western DPS, but we do hope to recruit folks to do some more regional guidelines. And we did focus mostly on the habitat structure, with the idea that we could maybe have some sort of table on our website that described the different plants that were used, the different plant species that were used across the cuckoo's range in the West. So I'm going to put those guidelines up on our website here shortly, and they're going to be provided in two separate formats. One is just a basic 8x11 infographic, and that's shown here on the left. And then we're also going to provide the guidelines in sort of a trifold brochure format, and you can print those and keep those, and we'd also could hand them out at different meetings if we end up having in-person meetings. Okay, so the last update that I want to talk about is about our charter. Although the working group was established in 2008, we did not have a charter for 15 years. We finally adopted a formal charter on Valentine's Day of this year. And this charter is available in Spanish and English on our website. The charter outlines our goals and objectives and also our operating procedures. Specifically, our charter outlines the composition and roles of members, officers, and the steering committee. It also outlines the terms of office. The chair term is 2 years with a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. The term for the coordinator is subject to review and approval every 2 years. For steering committee members, they can stay as long as they choose. They can participate in the steering committee as long as they choose, and it's just contingent on good behavior, which good behavior is defined within the charter. Also, the charter talks about elections, and I'm just going to kind of go into the detail of these elections right now. And I realize that there we go. My participant list is obscuring my screen, so I'm just going to move it. So when the chair and coordinator seats are vacated because the officers are not eligible to continue to serve because they've reached their term limits, are removed from office, or have resigned from office, the steering committee will solicit nominations for the seats through the working group. Self-nominations are accepted, and nominees are required to be existing steering committee or working group members. And right now, to be a working group member, you just basically have to be on the listserv and hopefully have attended some of our meetings. There's no like formal list of members. All we have is who's part of the listserv. The election rules and guidelines are as follows. Basically, selected nominees will be announced to the working group prior to the election. The election of officers shall be conducted at the first regular steering committee meeting held after the seat is vacated. If there's a tie, we'll continue voting until the tie is broken. And elected officers shall assume their duties at the working group immediately following the election or at the next steering committee meeting. And if for some reason we are not able to get a chair or a coordinator in time, and there's kind of a period where we don't have coverage, then the steering committee can elect an interim chair or coordinator from within the steering committee. So you might be asking, Hira, why are you going into such detail here about the specifics of the elections and what's in the charter? And the reason why is because I'm stepping down as the coordinator. I have been the coordinator for 2 years, and I have just been so grateful for this opportunity to work with all the great folks that are involved in cuckoo science and recovery. even though all of our meetings have been virtual, they have been so well attended. Like I said, we had 60 registrants for today's meeting. We had 100 participants last fall. We had great attendance at our ARU meet and greet. And we've just also had just an outpouring of positive input about the re-engagement of the working group. I really enjoyed reading everybody's comments that were entered in with your registration for today's meeting. But now it's time to pass the baton on to someone else. I have just recently accepted a position with the Army Corps of Engineers. I am the new program manager for the Middle Rio Grande Endangered Species Collaborative Program. And so I can no longer function as the coordinator for the working group, but I will still participate in the working group in some capacity. Probably I'll be on the steering committee and still help with meeting organization, emails, etc. So we're looking for someone who has knowledge and experience with cuckoos and all the diverse partners that are involved in cuckoo science and recovery. We would love to have someone who's really passionate about cuckoos and cuckoo science and conservation. I know personally I could talk about cuckoos all day long, like I will be today. If you want to know more about what exactly the roles and responsibilities are of the coordinator, you can look in our charter. Basically, the coordinator works with the working group, with the steering committee to help with meeting planning, development of meeting materials, tracking working group activities and actions. But really, it's to help with the vision of the working group and really move the working group forward. Right now, the coordinator position is volunteer, but we are actively submitting proposals to fund the coordinator position. As part of submitting these proposals, we have drafted up a coordinator position justification. And so that's also available to folks if they'd like to get even more into what the coordinator position involves. And in that justification, it basically states, in order for a working group to be successful, we need to have a reliable leadership, a reliable coordinator position that's filled and does not remain vacant for long periods of time. As you may recall from previous meetings, I mentioned that prior to me taking on this position, we never had a coordinator. And that's part of the reasons why we did have these large periods of time where we went dormant. So hopefully someone listening today will volunteer to be the next coordinator. Send out an email to me, put it in the chat if you'd like to be the next coordinator or if you have an idea for a good candidate. So with that, that's the end of my portion of the meeting. I'm gonna stop sharing. And I just wanted to open up the floor to see if anyone had any questions about any of the updates that I mentioned or about the coordinator position. And I just want to open up the floor. So let me know if anyone has any thoughts or comments, questions. Does anybody have any? Oh, Edwin, yes, please. Let's see here. You unmute yourself?
Yes. Thanks, Hira. And thanks for all the work you've done for the working group this past 2 years. I had a couple comments, and this may be more suitable for discussion for the steering committee, but one is regarding the registration for these meetings. I think if we consider making it a quote unquote requirement, it would generate more funding to support some of the activities of some of the needs of the working group, because it's very difficult for for agency staff, for example, to justify a donation. But if it's a registration fee, then that's something that we do all the time, and we can always have a waiver, for partners that are not that would like to participate without the registration fee. So I think that would be one thing for future meetings. The other one would be, as we think about maybe meeting again next time, considering we may consider meeting in person, and I would suggest maybe we could have a joint meeting as part of a Western Working Group Partners in Flight meeting. We've done that in the past. We've Partners in Flight has met with the Desert Thresher Working Group, for example. I know at its last meeting we had PNJ Working Group meeting. That was an hour. It's integrated or right next to the Partners in Flight meeting. I mean, and that might be easy, and that might be easier to kind of initially bring people together in person. It may not work well for a full Cuckoo meeting, but I think that will presents an opportunity to reach out to other partners, and also for some of us in the Cuckoo working group to meet in person. Just two ideas, maybe for the steering committee and others to think about. Thank you.
I really appreciate those recommendations, Edwin. Yeah, we did think about modeling the registration after Partners in Flight and having it be required with the option to get a waiver, but because we ended up sending out the information so close to the time when we actually are holding the meeting, we knew that a lot of folks, especially those in the federal government, wouldn't probably get approval for travel for our registration in time. So we just thought, well, it's only like $5, $10. If folks can do it out of pocket to help support the working group, that would be really great right now. But moving forward, it would be good to have more of a formal process. And I do like the idea of having a joint meeting with PIP and start getting folks to have some face-to-face meetings. I appreciate that.
And just reach out to me, anybody in the steering committee. If we move forward with that idea, I can facilitate that.
Okay, great. Where is the information for the donation on the website? It says in the chat. So when you go onto the register, there's the events page, and then there's the actual section that's for today's meeting, and it says register, and then it says donate. There's a little button there, and you click. And I see Jenna put the link in the chat. I see we have some more questions in the chat, and I'm just going to Jenna, will you help with some of that? Or where's the charter on the website? Sorry, I all the things I put in the updates, I'm going to put them on the website here right after Thanksgiving. Sorry, I have a little cough. I realized that I misspoken and say that it is on the website. It will be on everything there. The map, everything will be on the website here. I just didn't get to it, but I'll be able to get to it right after Thanksgiving.
So Betsy just had a comment. I second the thought on registration. U.S. feds are not supposed to make donations, and I also second that as a federal employee too. And Betsy also has her hand raised.
Thanks, Betsy.
Hi. I was just gonna say, if it's easy for us to pay registration, but please don't call it a conference, because then we have to go through this whole crazy conference registration thing.
Right.
Months and
A lot
months.
of training.
Yeah, working group is perfect.
Yeah.
Just a plea for us federal employees who would still like to attend.
Right. Yeah. I just had to do the same thing now that I work for the Corps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Edwin, you can unmute yourself.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with Betsy.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next in the chat, Dave Moore says, seems to me that your range map should include the Caribbean islands, as both R parentheses BOR and SSRS's geolocator data showed birds migrating through that area.
Oh, okay. Western birds. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, just a comment.
Great.
I mean,
thank
it seemed that, birds, well, depending on which direction they were heading, definitely kind of did some island hopping.
Okay. Great. That's exactly the kind of feedback we're looking for. Start
Cool.
revising that map. So does anyone have any thoughts about who could be the next coordinator, or is anybody considering the idea, or have some ideas of who we could reach out to? When we were thinking about who could be the next coordinator, we we went, the steering committee went back and forth, like who would be a good coordinator, and since right now funding is not secured, and we're continuing to look for funding for this position, and so we thought, well, maybe there's someone who's retired but has worked with cuckoos in the past, or with recovery and conservation of birds, who could volunteer to be the coordinator. But we also thought about maybe folks, who are postdocs or graduate students who are working with cuckoos and have a lot of energy, excitement, and vision about where to take this working group. So just continue to think about it. I'm hoping that we'll find somebody and we can get someone in place soon enough that I can then have some overlap with them and go through all of our shared folders, content on the website, what's in the charter, etc., and really get them a good foundation before they start. Anybody looking at? Try to go back and forth through the chat. Some direct messages to me. Okay, well, thank you all. So I tried not to talk too fast because I did want to stay on schedule. And so we have about 10 minutes. And so this might seem awkward. Should we, what do you think, Jenna? Should we take a 10-minute break and then go into Emer's talk, or should we just go into Emer's talk because we have that break afterwards?
I'm fine with the break, but we could do a vote.
Okay, I think we'll do a break because, and this is what we're gonna do. We just really want to stay on time with our agenda to allow for people to come in and out. So I'm gonna step away. We'll put this on break. If people want to talk, unmute yourselves and talk amongst yourselves, you can. But we're gonna take a quick break and start up with Emer's talk at 9:50. So just try to be back by about 9:48 in time to catch his talk.
Hey, here, real quick,
Yes,
Dave
sure.
put another comment in the chat.
Oh.
I know you've been hunting for a solid funding source. Is that hunt still ongoing? Always.
Yes, we do have a proposal that we're working on right now, but it would cover maybe like 1/3 of the what we would see as being the cost for a coordinator. It would provide some funding, but
I probably didn't even need to ask the question. I figured. Thank you.
funding is always, yeah.
Right.
We're always looking for funding. So if you guys, if there's some leads that we can follow up on about funding, let us know. Definitely let us know.
Sure.
So our next talk is from Emer Garcia, and he's going to be talking about some of the work that he's doing in Baja California Sur. He gave something similar talk to Jenna and I, and we were just blown away. So you guys are in for a real treat today. I'm so grateful for Emer joining us today. Emer, are you ready to present?
Thank you so much. I'm really, really happy to be here. My name, as they say, it's Emer Garcia. The responsible in charge for the conservation and of habitat and key species laboratory in the Autonomous University of Baja California Sur in Los Cabos campus. So today I'm going to present a little bit of what are we working here for the last 4 or 5 years already. Time goes by really, really fast since we start working with the Cuckoo. So we start working because there was sightings, a lot of sightings reports of the yellow-billed cuckoo. So there was interested to know how important is this area for the yellow-billed cuckoo, if it just like separating sightings, or it was actually breeding here, or what's the importance of the site, and we've been going away for what we've been founding. It's something really special about the cuckoo it's that it's really emblematic for the cultures of the Northwest and the North American continent, Central Northwest, like the West for you, the Northwest for us in Mexico. Uh, and it's known with many names wherever that you go, that it's really related to the culture. In here in the north of Mexico, it's called pájaro chubasquero, like it's monsoon bird. It will be the translation. Pájaro huaco by the sound that he makes, or caudel. Caudel, it's because of the flow of the rivers. So it's a sacred bird. One thing that I was talking to Hira, it's one thing that we need to focus, and we're being focused here in the work that we're doing. And I think that's the thing that we need to work as a group. It's to restore the power that this bird has, and it's been stripped away in the last years, but it still has it. For the ones that we have seen at Cuckoo, we know that even that it's a bird, it's not like a raptor or other super impressive birds. It is really impressive, and it has a lot of power since the first time that you see it. So it's known as the Thunderbird by the Hopis. You can see that it's for the ones that were familiarized with the Cuckoo, the carvings, the paintings. That's a Cuckoo. That's a yellow-billed cuckoo. It's the rainbird. This is in a cachina though. In Mexico, also it is known in all the Northwest and the ranchers that there have been mixed, that we have here a lot of intercultural mix, that the Europeans married with the natives. So for the ranchers are super important. And here in Cabo, it has lots of relevance in the culture. It's been in books, in poems, in songs. This is a book from a leader, political leader in the 40s in Cabo, that it's called El Canto del Caudel. And the image that you see with the natives, those are Lipan Apache, and they have a song that the drums goes uh, um, synchronized with the calling of the cuckoo, and it's the rain song that it's with the Apan Lipache, with Lipan Apache. Baja California Sur, it has the ideal riparian habitat for the yellow-billed cuckoo, and we've been finding that. Like this is the three sites that we've been finding more cuckoos. That it's Miraflores, Caduaño, and San Antonio de la Sierra. Really special Caduaño. Caduaño because it was the place that the only place in the Cave region that has always running arroyo or river, that this year for the first time stopped running. And but thankfully and luckily we have really good storm and it's running again. So we created, when we started taking and we fall in love with the bird, yellow-billed cuckoo, and we just jumped deeply into the project, and we created the Pájaro Chubasquero project, that it's what all the group is trying to do. It's recovering habitat, protecting the bird, and the old people in Baja knows about the bird, but the young people not. So we're also trying to restore this cultural importance that has the bird for the people in the Cabo region. It's also, like I was saying, we're trying to restore the power and this uh, uh, special, powerful image that it's been stripping away in the late years from it. Because, like when the European came, they give the storm crow to the myth of the European myth of Odin. So they strip the cuckoo from the power of the storms and give it to the crows because of the power, because of the European culture, and they uh, confused one thing with another, and they related this term to the meat of Odin crows, but the real storm crow, the real rainbird, it's the yellow-billed cuckoo. So we're working on it. Next. So we've been monitoring. We start with huge numbers, but there was like really good years of raining with storms, and June, the 2020 was really good. 2021 it was good, but we're gonna see what happened next. Next, please. Next. No, that one. The 22 and the 23, it was bad. It was a really dry season, so we start seeing that it's really related the abundance of the yellow-billed cuckoo. It's the numbers. It's related with the rains. Like the ranchers have the meat, and the natives in the Northwest has the knowledge that when you see more cuckoos, it's because the rain season is gonna be really good. And when you see less cuckoos, it's because it's not gonna be a rain. So they know when there's gonna rain because the sing of the cuckoos. I didn't believe in the beginning, but they do. They really do, and they're really good. This is our ranchers from San Antonio de la Sierra, inside of the Sierra La Laguna Reserve, that they're working with us. So we start. You know how is monitoring the yellow-billed cuckoo, so we start working with the ranchers to cover more areas. And some of the riparian habitat is not like flat. It's hard. It's deep in the canyons and the mountains, and it's hard to walk, and it's hard to monitor it. So these men and women, they know the area, and they start working because they immediately recognize the yellow-billed cuckoo as the chubasquero, and they love it, and it's in their culture, and immediately they really want to work for it, and start collaborating with us because it was their initiative to start making it bigger and bigger, the program. And I'm going to continue talking about how their initiative and their really goodwill and enthusiasm becoming on something really, really great. Next, please. These are some of the graphics of the data that we've been having, because we start analyzing with the rain and the habitat and the coverage of some of the foliage, to understand how it's related, and everything, like the abundance is totally related with these parameters, especially with rain. Next, please. I will not go deep in these graphics, but just to have an idea of what we're saying. This is going to be published soon in an article that we're working on it, and we are submitting soon, and it will be in the reach for everybody. Next, please. So this is the distribution map. This is some of the reportings in Eber for the yellow-billed cuckoo. So to do a maximum entropy model to get the potential habitat distribution for the cuckoo in the Cape region. So this is how the distribution, the reports in Eber are. And this is the green side, the green area. It's Sierra La Laguna. Next. So this is our model. This is the map of the potential distribution. I ask all of you some to be cautious with this. This is gonna be published, and this is where we're working really hard to know what is the areas, and it has to be, and it's related with the what do you say it in English? Like the how the rivers run from the top of the mountain to down, and it's riparian habitat of the low caducifolium jungle, um, and it's related to two trees that two of them are really in danger of extinction. That it's the Sierra La Laguna oak, and the other one it's the palo amarillo. So we are working now in the with the project of recovering those trees, because recovering those trees, saving the Sierra La Laguna oak, you also save the chubasquero bird. Next, please. So the ranchers, they really love the bird, and they were worried that they not hearing it sing, and they wanted to pass because, as I saying, if you talk to an old rancher, they will know what the chubasquero is, but you talk to the new generations, and they don't know. So this initiative born from them to make a festival. The guy in the picture in the middle, that's Angel Ceseña. Angel Ceseña, it's the leader of the commission of the ejido. It's the commissary of the ejido, and he was my brother in arms now, and he is my partner in this crusade. And he convinced all the ejido to do the first bird festival of Los Cabos, but it's dedicated in the conservation of the pájaro chubasquero, and it happened in Caduaño. We we worked really hard for this for 3 years. I saw him like 1 year and a half in tears because the festival was not happening. He really worked hard. We have meetings with many politicians, with many private initiatives until we make it happen. Finally, we make it happen this year. We have some challenge also this year, but at the beginning it's supposed to be in May, but at the end we made it in September. But the thing is that we made it. This was the poster, and this is some of the initiatives that they were involved. Uh, and we just connect with Hira when like 2 weeks after the festival happened. So the next one we really want, we will love that all of you can come, as much as people can come. Uh, we will be so happy. This poster, we made it with the help of a really young artist, Mexican artist, that wrote the Jello Bill Cuckoos for us, and we're super passionate about it. I am really passionate, and everyone that is working, you need to meet Angel. He was not able to be here with us today, but he also loves the cuckoo, and he's working really hard, and he convinced the whole commissioner, the Ejido people, to start working in the restoration of the habitat that we're going to start doing it this year. So this is some of the photos from the festival. At the end, we have 300 people, and ranchers come from all the around communities to bring their products to sell. They do everything about the cuckoo. They give me a pillowcase that they personally stole. A yellow, I forget it today, but I wanted to show you. They're embracing, the community is embracing the yellow-billed cuckoo as their own, and we're working right now in declare Caduaño town as the cradle and home of the yellow-billed cuckoo in Baja California. Right now, the motion, it's in the senator chamber, so they make it official. We have also how do you call, a paint contest for kids, drawing, and it was the team for the cuckoo, and we have prizes. For the third prize was 1,000 pesos. The second place was 2,000 pesos, and the first place was 3,000 pesos. Like that for a kid, that's a lot of money, and they were really happy when they win. The drawings were really cool, and we have two categories: one for really small kids and one for big kids. We have the chronist of the city talking about the registrations of in culture of the for the cuckoo, and how cuckoo is so important for the Baja California Sur culture and the native culture and the ranchers now. We have friends of mine, ornithologists, came from the laboratory of birds from La Paz to help. We have photographic exhibition from the Sierra La Laguna Ranger Parks and the Ranger's office. It was amazing, the festival. We have music. At the end, we have a group, and the festival, they told me they end the festival like 3 a.m. I live at 9 because I was feeling new. The next day I have my appendix removed. I think all the stress got me. So I was there with a horrible pain, but we enjoy it and we make it because we love the yellow-billed cuckoo. So we need to continue. We prove that this site is really important for the cuckoo, and it's not just only important for the cuckoo is important for the people. Because if we lose the cuckoo, we're going to lose a lot of our culture and a lot of ourselves, not just here in Baja, in everywhere. Like if you scratch in your community, you will find it that the old people know them, the natives know them, and it's really strong in our culture, but we're forgetting it. So I think right now, one of our missions is to restore his power to what it is. So we would love to get help to put satellite marks to know where it's going because when it's not rain, so he's going somewhere else. Where? And so we can follow and we can collaborate with other sites to promote these actions that we're doing that we know that it's working because right now the ranchers are the ones who wants to restore the habit. And we are working on that in recovering the oaks. The oaks they're in danger. They're not more in some riverist areas, so we want to restore a reforestation campaign of oaks, mesquites, and yellow palo amarillo, yellow trees. So more or less, trying to resume what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Thank you for attention. We would love to help to do community outreach the way that it's been working for us. I personally specialize in my PhD dedicated to conservation through community collaboration. So I would love to work all in the laboratory. Would love to assist and do this kind of festivals and efforts and replay them everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Emer. This is really inspirational, and I really appreciate you sharing your work down there in Baja California Sur. So right now, what we're going to do is transition into a Q&A and then a just sort of free-flowing discussion. Hopefully we can have folks unmute themselves and chat. But basically what we were thinking is to have a discussion about supporting grassroots efforts to raise awareness and promote stewardship for cuckoos, like what's going on in Baja California Sur, and also to talk about how we can not only support Emer and his efforts to continue holding these festivals and to continue some of the scientific efforts like tracking some of the birds, how we can coordinate and collaborate with him, but also what's the potential for holding similar festivals elsewhere, not just in Mexico, but maybe in Colombia, maybe in areas of the Chaco, maybe in Arizona. What are folks' thoughts about trying to organize some of those types of festivals, and also about trying to identify communities where the cuckoo has some cultural or religious significance, and really trying to tie in science and conservation with that sort of important belief system. So I'm going to sort of open the floor to questions. I did want to start, since I'm the co-host, I can ask the first question. I wanted to ask one question, Emer. So you were talking a lot about the oak and the importance of the oak in these areas. What plant species are the cuckoos actually nesting in? Are they nesting in oak?
So we've been yet not found nests, but we found youngs. We have juveniles. So we confirm that they're reproducing here, but we still not find it. That's another thing that we need to keep doing the efforts until we found a nest. We haven't found it. It's also the trees. It have so in those areas they're really tall. So, and they come in the rain season. If you know Baja, in the dry season, it's easy. But in the rain season, it gets really, the foliage gets really thick and they're really, really, really tall. So we've been working on that, but we're sure that it will be mesquites because we've been seeing them doing the bringing the food and singing in mesquites and oaks. And the other one that it's Waribo, that is an alamo. Alamo, what's alamo in English?
Cottonwood?
Alamo in English.
Cottonwood?
Yeah, maybe it's cottonwood. So yeah, alamos, but those are in the higher area, and mesquites and the oaks mainly. And it makes sense because mesquites get full of cicadas.
Yeah, thank you. I was also wondering, you were mentioning that it took 3 years to really get this festival going and so I was wondering if you could let us know a little bit more about what the challenges were that you faced over those 3 years.
COVID, 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 hurricanes. There were also another problem. So we learned that we need to do it May before the hurricane starts. So we are gonna do the planning, and in it just for this year, we're gonna start in January doing the planning. This year it's happening in May. May will be the festival, so everyone will be invited. As soon as we have the potential date, everyone will be invited, and also to collaborate. We want to make it bigger because this is the first year that happens, and this is the first bird festival of the area. So we win, and this is gonna be the traditional one. So we're gonna make it really big, and the community is embracing it. And they want to build a statue of the yellow-billed cuckoo in the entrance. So like Guerrero, Bahia Magdalena has the whale statue. They want to build yellow-billed statue in the entrance of the town. They're like completely jumping in and embracing the cuckoo.
So does anyone else have any questions or comments about this and some thoughts about some of those seed discussion points that I posed earlier about how we can support this effort and also how we might be able to organize similar festivals elsewhere?
Esmeralda has her hand raised.
Oh, well, yeah, I will have a question for Emer. And first, congratulations for his great presentation, for an inspiring work. And now that the community engagement has been started, I mean, this work have started, like, would you think it would be needed to sustain the participation of the community in the long term?
Muchas gracias, Esmeralda. Igual te mando un abrazo muy grande. Muchas gracias por apoyarnos y hacer que estemos aquí. One thing that we have learned with communities, and when I start working with communities, they didn't trust much in scientists because they say that scientists come, get the data, and they never come back. So one thing that it's really important to them, it's following up. That you don't disappear, like you keep going there. So for the community, don't lose this rush that they're having now. They need to feel attended. That's why I was telling you that it's really important that the next year, as much as of you can come, so they will appreciate that. They love to see that other people appreciates their culture and their efforts. That will be really important. And just to keep following up, like this is an advice for you that are going to start working with communities or they're working now. Like even if there is no progress, just go there and have a beer with them. Even there's nothing happening, or even like you were planning stuff and the financial support never came, just go there and have a beer with them and walk and include them in the walks and in the monitorings. They love that. So the only thing is they don't feel abandoned. Just following up. That's really important. Phone call, text message. That's important to them.
Yeah, that's a great tip, great advice to follow, to keep, to sustain, and to build that trust.
Yeah. Imagine that it's a normal friend. When you care about a friend, you just call him to see how it is. It's just like that.
Mhm. Yeah, I really appreciate your thoughts there on community engagement and building that trust with a community, with scientists and managers. I see a lot of people are recommending that and I thought about this too. So you said that your next meeting will be in May, and we our May our springtime meeting has kind of been in flux, and we've thought sometimes we want to have a springtime meeting and sometimes we want to have a webinar series, but people are recommending that maybe we could have a working group meeting down there to coincide with your spring meeting. So maybe we could start to work together to organize that if possible.
It will be awesome. It makes me really happy, and I'm sure the community will be thrilled to hear.
And I'm sort of thinking, and it wouldn't be just to come down there and have a meeting among the scientists, but find a way to really engage the community as you're talking about, and taking those walks and going out into the field and listening to community members about their perspectives.
Yeah. They will love that because in that town, the yellow-billed cuckoo is in that town. So you will hear it in the morning. It's not like out of the town, it's inside there.
I was wondering that. And is May too early?
It's not too early, a little bit early, but the most early reports that we have is the end of the May, the first sightings. This year the rivers are running
Mhm.
hard, so it probably will have activity in May, if not in June. But June we will have the first hurricanes. You have potential for the first hurricane.
Okay, we don't want that. Yeah, we want to avoid that. Okay, well, let's follow up on that, definitely. So I'm just checking to see if the chat, is there any sort of thoughts about, like, I don't know if Kathy Wise is here, but some idea about some sort of similar cuckoo festival with Audubon in Arizona, some sort of sister festival that we could try to organize. That was sort of the first thought that I had was Audubon and Arizona, but maybe there's other places.
Hey, Hira, I'm here.
Hey,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. Well, I am just so impressed with Emer and the work that he's done, and especially with the community and being just really looped in tightly to what is interesting to them and what would work in his area. And I think that's something that we all need to keep in mind, is that there's no silver bullet for a festival that would work everywhere. Like, we really have to keep in mind our community needs and their particulars. And yeah, it's tough with the festivals. It felt like, and I'm now in New Mexico, but it felt like when I was leaving Phoenix before COVID, we were kind of festivaled out. Like, it felt like there was one thing after another during the nice weather. And I think that there would be opportunities to do a festival. I think Arizona would be a good place for it, Central Arizona. We would need to think it through and have it, like Emer has done, like really tailored to the community, and have it be something that people are going to be interested in. And if there could be some kind of habitat restoration component to it, I think that would appeal to a lot of our folks that are engaged with our conservation work days. specifically in the Phoenix area. So I think that that could be a draw. And in conjunction with that habitat restoration work, having other kind of fun festival activities and more kind of storytelling and art offerings. But I think there definitely would be an opportunity for that, you know, if we wanted to explore it more.
And what would we do? What would be the next steps to start exploring that, Kathy?
I think it would be finding partners. You know, it's important to have solid partners and finding funding and really putting that together. And one thing I wanted to ask Emer, since I have the floor, I'll just take advantage of it.
Please do.
Do y'all, would it be of interest to make available native plants that would be beneficial for people to take home and plant to benefit the cuckoo? I'm thinking mesquite grows pretty rapidly. I don't know if you have an issue with that, but feedback that we received is that people like to feel like they're doing something. And even if it's just planting a plant in their yard or on their property, it makes a big difference. And it also provides the opportunity at the venue to talk about the bird's needs, and how important it is that we, you know, kind of keep in mind the whole habitat composition structure for the bird, if that makes any sense. And I think that, you know, if we were to do a yellow-billed cuckoo festival, which now I'm really getting excited about, having some kind of native plants available for people to take or people to buy, just to be able to talk about that habitat component would be good.
We're doing with Palo Blancos, Mesquites, and the Oak Festival that it's coming next week. We're doing, because we have also an Oak Festival, that one is in Santiago. So we're doing it, and we're giving trees to the people that come, like Palo Blancos and Mesquites. We're doing it, that they're the easiest ones to reproduce. But in the Oak Festival, we're giving, because that's an endemic oak and it's in danger. And so giving those away, that you sign like we're doing that, we sign like an adoption card of that oak, and they're responsible to keep alive that oak because they're really important. And we
That's
explain why
awesome.
it's really important we're doing that. The professor, because we make a partnership with that project, and we're doing like Save the Oak, Save the Cuckoo. And the professor that started that project passed away early this year. So that's what we were telling, like, it's been a hard year, but we've been doing it, and we keep going on with that. And that one of the oak, we're really excited. The next one, we're gonna keep oaks in the Yellow-billed Cuckoo Festival too. We need to continue doing seeds and plants because they're hard. But right now we give away some yuccas and some palo blancos and some mesquites.
I love that.
Here's the picture.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we're working hard and we're excited.
That's awesome.
Those, yeah,
Thank you so much.
really great suggestions too. Just like when we have a Monarch Festival and they give away milkweed plants, and I was just trying to think about, you know, what can we give away here along the Rio Grande? Some of those plants like cottonwood and willow may not necessarily be good plants to plant into your yard, but seep willow, bacchus, some other things like that. I did see a comment from Betsy Bainbridge about, you know, there's the Festival of Cranes at the Bosque del Apache here in New Mexico that is very well attended, and you know, trying to think about maybe modeling some sort of festival on cuckoos after that. prior to COVID, there was a festival of threatened and endangered species of the Middle Rio Grande that was held here in Albuquerque. And I haven't heard anything about it in years now since COVID. And so I just thought about it and thought, oh, I could reach out to the organizers of that and see if we could have one that is geared more towards cuckoos or that had a cuckoo focus on it. So that's one idea. And I'm gonna write
One
it.
of my advices would be find community that it has cultural importance to them. Like find a native community that they're really strong related to the cuckoo, like the Lipanapacher, like the Hopis, and I'm sure they're gonna jump, and that will make it really big, a big deal.
Does anybody listening know of any communities where the cuckoo is culturally important outside the ones that Emer has already suggested? Like Navajo communities. I know working at the core, we have a program that's really focused on working with the Navajo community.
Tell them that you wanna preserve the rainbow.
Right.
They will jump.
I could ask my Pueblo contacts. I did see in the chat that Nick said Patagonia, Arizona could be a good location for a cuckoo festival, and that is really a hot spot for birders. I don't know.
I like that idea.
It will be cool to them.
Great. Okay, we're ready to go on break, but I want to make sure that everyone's had an opportunity to ask their questions or make their comments. And if we missed anything in the chat, just feel free to unmute yourself and make a question or comment.
Yeah, there was a few more in the chat.
Okay.
A few more suggestions of locations, which are good.
Want to read some of those, Jenna?
Sure. Let's see, I'll start from the top. Well, John was voting on the working group meeting being at Emer's Festival. Let's see. Mary was saying in September, but I think Emer was talking about May, late May.
Yeah, that's also one of the petitions from the community. The foundation of the town is in May, so they wanna match it, and also to like breeding the cuckoos, start the yellow the cuckoo season. So it worked.
Okay, and then let's see. Well, I guess Lily was just talking about some community focused festivals that could be good examples. And then, yeah, Betsy was talking about the Middle Rio Grande species outreach focused one. And she said she could definitely help organize something in the Albuquerque area. Yeah, Betsy, thank you.
Writing your name down, Betsy.
I think the
Go for it.
festival that I think will make it successful is that we call it Cultural Environmental Festival. It was both.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, thank you so much, Emma. I really appreciate you coming and talking today. This has really got, my juice is flowing, thinking about how we can do something similar and also how we can collaborate with you and maybe having, like I said, one of our meetings down there to coincide with your spring festival. So we'll definitely be in touch with that. Thank you so much. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. And so everyone, please be back here by 10:40. Okay, Emma.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was an honor. My pleasure.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Our next presentation is by Dr. Callie Stanley, who's going to be talking about the past, current, and upcoming road to recovery efforts for the cuckoo.
Perfect. So today I just wanted to share with you some of the work we've been doing, both the working group and myself have been doing on the road to recovery. So just kind of, there we go. a general agenda, I wanted to give it like a very brief introduction to Road to Recovery. I feel like we are all pretty familiar with the framework at this point, but just provide an intro for everyone. Please, at any time during the talk, interrupt me if you have any questions, especially about Road to Recovery stuff, because I will go through it quickly. After the brief intro, I was just going to give a rundown of some of the recent and upcoming Road to Recovery events that we have been a part of. And I'll give a brief update on where the Cuckoo working group stands in the Road to Recovery framework and some of the projects I've been working on with Road to Recovery. And then finally, we'll close it off with a discussion about our group and its involvement with Road to Recovery and how we want to move forward with the project. So Road to Recovery is really this kind of new framework for the conservation of bird species. It was generated in response to the 2019 Rosenberg et al. Paper that estimated that we had lost 3 billion birds across the United States and Canada. And the project is really working to develop and outline a framework for conserving declining bird species and stop species from becoming listed. So stop the declines before they actually make it to the listing process. And it really takes a population focus, so a species-specific approach to understanding causes of decline. And it promotes the incorporation of social science and furthermore, the incorporation of human dimensions into the conservation process early in order to ensure that both the kind of social and biological sciences are occurring in tandem. And so this is kind of to avoid the implementation gap. And then finally, it's kind of one of the guiding principles is to promote inclusivity in the process, both in terms of social and environmental justices. And so it's kind of developed, the framework has developed a 4-phase process to develop conservation strategies for each species. And so I'm not going to go into big detail of all of them, but the first phase involves learning and assessment phase to understand limiting factors, threatening populations, and to understand the social science behind that. And then based on what is gained in phase 1 to identify and develop management strategies that directly address those limiting factors and social pressures, and then followed by piloting and implementing those projects and monitoring and evaluating whether these projects are working and adapting them as needed. And so in order to begin kind of implementing this process, they have identified, Road to Recovery has identified 104 tipping point species, which are species they've identified that are kind of on the verge of listing or will be on the verge of listing if intervention doesn't occur soon. And so that's my kind of really quick 1-minute intro to Road to Recovery, which may be really too short. Yellow-billed cuckoo are one of the 4 pilot species that have been chosen to kind of be guinea pigs for this process. Although yellow-billed cuckoo is kind of one of unique in that group, in that we aren't really technically a tipping point species. We're not one of the 104 tipping point species that I just mentioned. And that is mostly because, I mean, as everyone here knows, the Western yellow-billed cuckoos is already listed. So in terms of Road to Recovery, we're like kind of past that point of where they're interested in addressing. But we are, included as one of these pilot species in as a working group. So we're participating in the working group subcommittee. And so like I mentioned, it's kind of, these 4 pilot species are kind of guinea pigs to try and work out how the Road to Recovery framework might actually work in practice. And a lot of the work that has been that we've done so far as a pilot species working group is really just trying to establish what other working groups might need to implement this model for conservation, and then also obviously working on our own projects. And so that's just some context into our involvement in Road to Recovery. And then kind of moving into some of the current and past and current projects that we've been involved in. I'll talk a bit about the AOS panel that happened this summer, some of the recent engagement sessions. They've had some really good engagement sessions recently, and then some of the upcoming events. So this summer in London at the American Ornithological Society and Society for Canadian Ornithologists conference, I participated as a yellow-billed cuckoo working group representative in a panel with six other species working group panelists to discuss how the Road to Recovery framework can be implemented. So discuss challenges and successes of the different groups, both those that have used this approach or are using this approach. Ahead of the panel, Jenna and Hira and I kind of went over some of the points so that we were all on the same page. In terms of like what was talked about, it was a great discussion, really well attended. Some of the major discussion points that were brought up both by panelists as well as members of the audience was the need for funding coordinator positions. That was very clear from almost every group that, you know, having funded staff positions was really important for working group success. And that's definitely something, well, we were just talking about that earlier today, so I think we all understand how important that is. Another major topic was kind of the perceived conflict between the Road to Recovery's species-centric approach and kind of the more landscape and ecosystem approach or community approach that is popular among, you know, a lot of governments and the joint ventures. Kind of what we ended up talking about was that the Road to Recovery process doesn't necessarily have to be at odds with, you know, a landscape or ecosystem approach. It instead is trying to just promote understanding drivers of decline at a species level. So why are individual species populations declining? And then coming up with and designing conservation strategies can definitely be done at a landscape or ecosystem approach. I still think there's some tension there about how you fund species-centric approaches in these frameworks, but I think the approaches are not necessarily at odds, but, you know, kind of nested within each other. Like, that's kind of how I see it. Other people might view it differently. Another major point was the need for social science assistance, and kind of like where to start with that work. And I'll talk about that in my next slide. Actually, you know, we had a recent engagement session about that. And finally, the other major kind of closing discussion point we had was talking about different models for developing international collaboration, or the need to develop new models for international collaboration. And really that it's not sufficient enough to simply, you know, get grants and bring money down there to conduct projects on the non-breeding ground. It's really important to also make sure that you're developing relationships with international partners that are really like truly mutualistic. So both partners are getting something valuable out of the partnership. And I don't know that in any of these we necessarily came up with solutions, but definitely had great discussions about how to move forward on these topics. And so that was the AOS panel. Recently, there's been a couple of really good engagement sessions I wanted to fill people in on. Hopefully some of the members joined in on some of these engagement sessions. I did want to point out that pretty much all the engagement sessions or workshops that Road to Recovery have are posted online on their website. So here's the link that people can go to. I know for sure the social science engagement session is there, and I'm pretty sure the migratory bird joint venture one is there too. But as I mentioned at the AOS panel, there was a lot of uncertainty from working groups about how to start engaging with social science. And I think, like, same with our group, there's a lot of recognition of the value of doing social science research. It's more like, where do you begin? And so the engagement session that happened last week, or maybe it was the week before, hosted by Katie Holland, was really great at providing kind of some tools and some starting points. It had a number of a number of speakers that gave presentations, both outlining tools that are available, but also case studies for how social science has been done in different projects. In particular, in terms of resources, they outlined some of the NABC documentations that are available about how to integrate human dimensions. And then they introduced some wonderful U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service tools that I really hadn't heard of before, the socioeconomic profile tool, and then the engagement wayfinder tool. And so the socioeconomic profile tool kind of gives, within the US, you can look up the area that you're working in and kind of get a profile of the socioeconomic status of that area. And then the engagement wayfinder tool kind of provides a step-by-step outline of how to perform stakeholder analysis. So I know these are all kind of things that we've discussed within the working group. So I think they could be really useful tools for us. And so that was a social science engagement session. I think it was about an hour, so you can look, check that out if you're interested. And then they also had a recent migratory bird joint venture engagement session. So Road to Recovery has been working with NABC and PIF, but there had been a lot, Partners in Flight, there had been a lot of suggestion from people to also be working with joint ventures. And so in September, they hosted a engagement session with members of joint ventures to kind of explain to them the Road to Recovery process and try and address any concerns that JVs might have about working within the Road to Recovery framework. And so one concern in particular that I mentioned last slide was with the fact that Road to Recovery takes kind of a species-centric approach, which is not the approach that the JVs necessarily take. But now basically the joint ventures have all, well, those that participated have all kind of been primed to work with Road to Recovery groups. And that I think would be very beneficial to our group. I don't really think as a group, at least recently, we've, as far as I understand, have been working with any of the joint ventures relevant to us, relevant to the Western cuckoo populations. But I think here I listed the three most relevant ones. Maybe there's another one I missed, but I think it would be great if people are interested to kind of develop a plan to connect with them and see what might be possible, especially in the fact that working with the joint ventures would maybe be a venue for us to combine forces with other species to apply for grants or develop projects. I know we've had some difficulty reaching out to some of the relevant government funders about finding funding for cuckoos because they're not necessarily a high priority species. So maybe this is a way that we could pair up with other species to get some funding. And then in terms of upcoming events, there is an international engagement session this Thursday, actually hosted by BirdLife International and Road to Recovery. It will be a discussion about how to improve justice, equity, and diversity and inclusion in bird conservation and recovery in the neotropics. It's the second discussion of this topic, and really was, I think, instigated both by the need to work, obviously, in the non-breeding seasons, but also by the recent paper by Suarez this year in ornithology application, Suarez et al. And then they've the Road to Recovery has started doing species working group webinars where working groups can kind of showcase some of the work that they've been doing within their working group. They've already had one, I think, only one so far, maybe two, but they're going to be monthly, and the next one is happening November 17th, so Friday, from Lesser Yellowlegs. And then I think yellow-billed cuckoos is slated to go in April. I could be wrong about that. It's next year, so I'll definitely send out a reminder when we get closer to it. And then finally, I wanted to make sure everyone was aware, and I think we've distributed this workshop on our listserv, but Road to Recovery is hosting an in-person workshop January 17th to 19th in West Virginia. The registration deadline is coming up, just so people are aware. And so kind of the impetus for this meeting was really to try and fill in some of the gaps in information that working groups have requested. And it really has been developed and geared for working groups, helping working groups move forward in the Road to Recovery process and understand it. So it will be a series of plenary talks, panel discussions with speakers from kind of a diversity of disciplines, providing input, and then time for breakout sessions for working groups and other participants to really work on the topics discussed. And so really it's been designed so that it's paired, a plenary talk or a panel with a breakout session so people can really work through whatever was discussed. There is a full schedule online. Here is just a list of some of the breakout sessions just to give you a taste for what things are going to be discussed. And the other thing I wanted to let everyone know is that there is funding available if needed. You just have to email, and it would be really great to have some yellow-billed cuckoo members there so that we can take full advantage of this. I know there are some people who are hoping to attend depending on funding and whether they're able to go. And so that's kind of all I wanted to talk about, some of the recent Road to Recovery events. And then in kind of the last bit of time I have, I just wanted to talk about the yellow-billed cuckoo status in Road to Recovery. And so, like I said, we are one of the pilot working group species. In terms of where we stand, we are definitely solidly in phase 1 of the Road to Recovery framework. If we kind of break it down into what we know about biological and social science, I'd say we are far more advanced with regards to the biological science, and kind of pretty not advanced with regards to social science. Breaking that down a little more detail why I think that way. If we think about the key things that we need to understand in order to move into the phase 2, we have really good information about migratory connectivity for the Western yellow-billed cuckoo population segment, though I think we could get better information on spring migration, as was brought up earlier when we were talking about the map. In terms of on the breeding grounds, we do have pretty good information about critical habitat, and it will only get better as we get the results from the range-wide surveys. In terms of vital rates, that's in progress. We're working on developing a method to estimate survival, but that's kind of the only vital rate we have for the Western population. And then we do have a pretty good idea of threats to the populations in the West. In terms of the non-breeding grounds, we're really just beginning all of this work, but some of the projects we have ongoing could fill in a lot of this information, but we're really at an early stage there. In terms of the social science, I think the reason I say we're kind of at the very beginning is that on the breeding grounds, we've definitely identified some partners, but I don't think we've identified all of them. In terms of determining affected parties, I think that's still some work that we need to do, and understanding partner objectives and needs. I think that's still something we definitely
Callie, we
need to...
lost you for a second on your headset.
Oh,
there you are. You're back now.
Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, we just need to determine who the affected parties are and what the objectives and needs are for these partners. And then on the non-breeding grounds, we are really just at the initial stage of that process as well. Right now, in terms of the current road to recovery projects I'm working on, of course, there are other projects, active projects that will contribute to road to recovery framework. We have the range-wide survival estimates that we're trying to estimate from satellite telemetry data, and that's really the only vital rates that we are collecting at the moment. And then starting work in the Gran Chaco on the non-breeding grounds. And I wanted to give just a very quick update on the project that started last winter. And so we're really interested in understanding the impacts of deforestation in the Gran Chaco on yellow-billed cuckoos, understanding habitat requirements, and how body conditions, site persistence varies as levels of deforestation change. Understanding importance of landscape connectivity in the Gran Chaco region of South America, and then finally filling in some of the gaps in migratory connectivity, like I suggested, the spring migration we really don't know about. And so we deployed tags last summer, and so here's a video of them. You can see some tags getting deployed. To note, birds are moving before they start spring migration, as we saw with earlier tracking data. Again, in terms of spring migration, we're seeing birds move up into northern South America and spend quite a lot of time there before departing on spring migration. We only deployed tags in Paraguay this year, and most of the birds went to eastern North America. If we kind of look at this data, a static view of this data, we only really had one bird breeding in the west, not technically a part of the Western distinct population segment, but still in Mexico in the west. And then the rest of the birds were in eastern US or Cuba. And this was kind of what we expected deploying in Paraguay, but we're hoping that when we deploy this season in Argentina, we might get some more Western birds, because preliminary data suggests that Western birds tend to be a little more in Argentina. And then we also started doing yellow-billed cuckoo surveys in 3 different regions, mapped out here in Paraguay. And we surveyed for cuckoos in pastures, mixed pastures, forests, and closed forests across a range of deforestation levels. And just very preliminary data suggests that cuckoos really are found in all land cover classes that we sampled. But we did get some suggestion that in the more northern region, they were much more likely to be found in areas with higher forest cover, but that's just very preliminary data. This year we'll be continuing the surveys in Paraguay and then expanding into Argentina as well. I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our partners on this Gran Chaco project. And so, transitioning into the kind of discussion period, like I said, I think, yellow-billed cuckoos are solidly in the phase 1 of the road to recovery stage. And I think after some of these initial projects wrap up, the biological science side will be almost like done with phase 1. But we're still lacking a lot of information on social science. And so to continue progressing using this framework, we'd really need to start developing new projects. And so that's kind of what I wanted to talk about in our discussion section, is really thinking about how we want to move forward with road to recovery and the yellow-billed cuckoo working group. The model really relies on working groups to develop projects to move species along this framework. And so ideally we'd work together to develop projects to fill in some of the remaining gaps to move us from phase 1 to phase 2. There could possibly be some projects that are already kind of in the phase 2 stage. So it'd be good to know what those are and incorporate them into this framework. But yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to open up to the group to understand, do we want to continue engaging in this process? So in other words, do we think, this road to recovery process is useful for the yellow-billed cuckoo working group? And if so, how do we want to move forward to develop new projects? And so I'd love to hear what people think about that. And, we'll have this discussion now, but I would also am planning on sending out a survey at the end just to get people's opinions about whether to move forward with Road to Recovery and try and identify some people who might be interested in that process. So yeah, that's the end of my talk. And I'm happy to take questions about the content, but also start the discussion about the Road to Recovery process and such.
Great. Thank you so much, Callie. And we can keep this slide up for now. I think that those are really great questions to lead into a discussion. One thing that I like to ask people is if for example, tomorrow I go to Vegas and I win tons of money, or I play the lottery and I win $1 billion, and all I want to do is recover the cuckoo. I have tons of money. Money's not is not a limiting factor here. Where should I put all of my money to really make sure that we recover this species? What is the 1 or 2 things that I can do if money's not an option to recover this species? Is it putting as many tags as we can on birds, putting up MODIS towers, and really getting some of those data and filling those data gaps that you mentioned, Callie? Because when we start thinking about, well, what projects can we do? I think we can think of a lot of great projects that need to be done. We can think of a lot of priority topics that need to be covered, but what are the ones that rise to the top as being the most impactful when we're thinking about recovery? And I'd love to hear kind of people's thoughts, because I want us to think big picture. Let's start thinking about like what's sort of a large collaborative project that we can work on together and get funded and really make an impact. So that's just sort of adding on to what Callie has up there on the slide. So I'm going to open it up to the floor, but I didn't notice a comment in the chat from John Stanek, Callie, asking, did you use call playback for the Grand Chaco surveys? If so, what calls did you use and how responsive were the cuckoos?
Yes, we were using playback, and we used a mix. They were definitely actually seemed, oddly enough, more responsive to the songs, which is not what I was expecting. But they did respond. And basically, I mean, they really are not vocal on the non-breeding grounds. And so without the playbacks, you don't really tend to hear them. So the playbacks are really super important for conducting the surveys, because otherwise you just stand out there waiting. We use both the coo and the cloup call, but the coo tended to be not as they didn't tend to respond to both. The other thing to keep in mind is that there are breeding cuckoo species, like resident species down there at the time we're there. So I'm not sure if that's partly why we're getting response to the songs, and they sound very similar. But our playback does include coos and cloups. Edwin, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I have to jump in on another call in a few minutes, but I want to make a couple. I had a question and a comment. Well, I'll make my comment first. From an Arizona perspective, we're really interested in exploring further stopover sites along their migration routes, particularly in Mexico and Central America. So any kind of project that might focus on that aspect of cuckoo ecology, we would be interested in. So just kind of throwing that out there as a conversation for later on. I also just had a couple of questions regarding the work that you presented on. How many birds were tagged that show those migration routes heading from south to north, and also that bird that bred in Mexico, what state or what general area was that one in? Just curious. Thanks.
So we tagged 23 birds, and we got complete migrations from, I think, 17, and then incomplete from the rest, or incomplete from, I think, 19. that is on top of, an additional 4 birds, maybe more like 5 birds, all Eastern though, that we had previous data from, because most of these tags only last 6 months or so. These new tags actually a lot of them are still on, so we're getting much better data. The birds in Mexico was in, I'm forgetting what the state's name. It's where the monarchs go, whatever state that is. I'm blanking on it right now. Like really close to Mexico City, just like northwest of Mexico City.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Callie, I loved your presentation.
Thanks.
I was wondering for the survival factor, are there certain areas where you're seeing birds die, or it's too early to really kind of pinpoint locations?
So right now, how we are doing the survival analysis, we have just split it up by region. So we're basically looking at how across the year, like annual survival changes across different regions. It could be possible to develop this method for different periods of the annual cycle. The question is whether we have enough data for that. So basically, because these satellite transmitters are so small and don't last very long, we're kind of having to take like a mark recapture approach. And so it's not just straightforward seeing where mortality is happening, because we expect a lot of the tags to fail. So we're incorporating, tag failure into our estimates of survival. So we haven't really looked at when during the annual cycle birds are dying, more how survival rates change across regions.
So if you had $1 billion, you get more tags to have a bigger sample size to answer that question, to identify the limiting factors?
I don't know that that's actually what we would necessarily want to do. I think like eventually that might be a great thing, but the tags are really expensive, and it takes a lot of effort to get them out. I mean, I guess if you really truly had unlimited funds, yes, fine, put more tags out. But I think there's a lot of stuff we could do with the data we have, and just having more funding to analyze it and bring on new projects. I mean, the key thing is like, we don't have that much data. Like if we're thinking about like the biological science for road to recovery, we're on our way, but like we really are missing vital rates for yellow-billed cuckoos in the West and even in the East. And so like developing population models is really limited at this point. So there are a couple population models that I think we could develop, but like without better information on how breeding varies across regions, and stuff like that, we aren't anywhere close to developing like an integrated population model, which would be the gold standard, which isn't necessarily needed, but like we're not anywhere close to there. So trying to like filling gaps in that knowledge, I think would be really well spent. And then we would be able to, assess whether it makes more sense to deploy money on habitat preservations on the wintering and breeding grounds, or on migration stopovers. And so, we're still a long ways from knowing what's wrong with the population and where our money would be best spent. But like a gap analysis, like just having someone do a gap analysis and figuring out like where the money could be best spent, that would be great. First step, at least. Mary, did you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you are aware there is at least some survivorship data. Analysis was done on the lower Colorado River, on the mark recapture there. So there is a little bit, it's not the best, but at least there's something there.
No, we're actually using that data in our analysis to kind of like give us like borders like of what we expect survival to be, to like bound the survival. Great. So we are using that in our
I just wanted to add, in thinking about a gap analysis, I think that's a great idea, and that SSRS and other entities are probably sitting on a treasure trove of data that we were never able to get to in an appropriate fashion to publish or analyze using modern methods. LCR did, 15 years of long-term research on the LCR. SSRS did with Merlin Halterman and Shannon McNeil and Diane Tracy and Dave. I know you must have a mountain of data from reclamation. So there's data out there, but having the time or the funding to really investigate it fully is a problem. But I don't know, there are opportunities that we could try to pursue.
Yeah, I agree fully. I think there is a lot of data out there. And like, I know, even some of the tracking data I have, I bet a bunch of different ways we could analyze it, and figuring out, what's there and what would be the most important next, question to ask. I just think we need some way of deciding that to move forward. And like a gap analysis, I think that's great. Would be a great step. We just need to figure out who's going to do that and like how to apply for funding for that. And so one thing that has kind of come up in conversations is whether or not we want to develop a new subcommittee to kind of think about this, and like a road to recovery subcommittee where we start making these decisions about like what is the best path forward. And so we can start thinking about applying for grants as a group to address these questions. And so that's one option that I think might be good, and figuring out who would like to be a part of that. That's something we've talked about at the steering committee meetings, and it would be great to get people's opinions on that and whether they think that makes sense. I see another question
Okay,
here.
Callie. And then Callie, and then jointly maybe go after some funding, right? And collaborate on some of these proposals to address the topics that are identified as a priority during those meetings of a subcommittee. So just really trying to encourage collaboration and joint. So I was just saying, yeah, so that we work together collaboratively to identify what projects are a priority and then go after funding together. And then I do see a comment here by Chris McCready. Did you want to read that, Janet, since my connection is unstable?
Yeah, of course. How are U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service efforts to collect data into Ecosphere coming? How does it connect here? Megan Conway answered, we are still working on it, but that is the main goal, to have all the data in one place and the same format, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, and this is Megan. If folks do have questions on that effort, please feel free to get in touch, or if folks have data that they want to put into the database. It's very difficult to know who has data, where it is, where it resides. So that is something we're still working on. And we've got a few of the larger databases that we're trying to import in. So that's an ongoing process because every single database is in a different format. So that's kind of where we're at right now. The main kind of design is done. We're still doing a lot of QA/QC on it. And we did do a little bit of testing with the format. So it'll be in a ArcGIS online that would work with either Survey 123 or field maps. So folks would be able to kind of import that data as they collect it right to the database directly, instead of sending a lot of their data sheets to us to kind of manually entered. Who has access? Right now, nobody, because it's not complete. But that is something that we're hoping to provide access to folks to use that data. So all those details have not been worked out yet. But if you have questions, comments, please feel free to get in touch, and I'll put my email in the chat too.
Thank you, Callie, and thank you for everyone participating in this discussion. We're going to move on now to our next talk, which is by John Stanek. And his talk is entitled Updates on the State Wildlife Grant Funded Western U.S. Breeding Population Assessment. Jenna, is John a co-host?
Hi.
Yes, he is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi.
Let's see, which screen? That working now?
Looks good.
Okay, one sec. Is that okay for you?
We're seeing your notes, so switch the
Well,
display settings.
that's not what we need to see.
There you go.
I wanted my notes on the big screen. Hi, everybody. My name is John Stanek. You have all seen some version of this talk before, I think. Here we have a cuckoo, and I just kept this up for a different audience who may not be aware of the awesome tail, the spotting on the tail, and how that happens to come about when you see that cool spotting going down the yellow-billed cuckoo tail. So we're going to talk about the CSWG range-wide survey effort that was completed in 2022. I am one of many facilitators of this project. The list of names here are the core group of people that made this happen. This effort started in 2016, and it didn't happen until 2022. We submitted for the CSWG grant 3 different times, finally successful in our 3rd try. So would I recommend this effort again? Not sure. I think I lost a lot of time off of my life resubmitting and rewriting these proposals year after year. There were so many collaborators on this project. I don't know them all, but many of you are in the room here. Linnea Hall collected a little piece of data down here over west of Los Angeles, Ventura Hall. She's in the meeting. David Moore, you're in the meeting. He practically censuses the Rio Grande in New Mexico every year, enabling us to skip a lot of those areas and do a wider survey across the rest of New Mexico. But we were still able to collect data from Dave's efforts on the Rio Grande, a random sample from his efforts, and it increased our New Mexico sample size by over 70 sites. So fantastic. Jay Carlisle's on the call. He facilitated surveys in Idaho and I believe Washington and Utah. Adam Petrie's in the call. Eliza Rossi there in Colorado and facilitated the surveys out there. Murlat Halterman did surveys in the Owens River Valley. There were so many people that were involved in this survey effort. It's hard to even think about them all and the amount of effort. SSRS hired 40 field technicians just for Arizona and New Mexico. It was a gigantic effort to get this done. Our goal was 250 surveys. And well, I guess we had 3 goals. I'll start with the proper order of these slides. We had 3 objectives. First off, we wanted to create a DPS-wide species habitat model. And we, in effect, wanted to create 2 models. Before the survey effort in 2022, we wanted to create a model, and we did that. Utah Division of Wildlife was responsible for this objective, and they created a habitat model largely based on climatic variables, and they were masked to areas around rivers and intermittent and perennial streams. Our second objective was to complete surveys at 250 sites across the whole DPS. The sampling allocation would eventually be weighted by the proportion of critical habitat, proposed critical habitat actually, across states. So if your state happened to have more proposed critical habitat, we aim to receive more match from those states and increase our sampling effort across those states. And our third objective was to, California wanted to compare an ARU study with survey results, and Matt is the next speaker, I believe. So I am not going to talk about objective 3 because I bet he's going to cover that information. So objective 1, 2 habitat models were going to be created, an initial model and a final model. Utah collected 30+ years of all the cuckoo data that we could get a hold of. State data, heritage data, eBird data, anything that we could get a hold of. was fed into a model by Utah. We use presence data. I'm pretty sure they use a Maxent climate-based model to do this. And the results of this initial model would be used for objective 2, the survey effort, as the sampling frame to determine where to conduct cuckoo surveys for objective 2. In the Southwest, we see, I'm going to talk about this model because the final model is under review and is not yet completed. So I'm going to talk about this model, but I think the final model might be fairly similar. In the Southwest, we have good representation of the major river areas, the Middle Rio Grande, the Lower Colorado River, and you can see that Arizona by far has got the largest modeled habitat for the yellow-billed cuckoo. In Texas, we see not a lot of modeled habitat, most of it hanging out down here in the Big Bend area. California, we have a lot of habitat modeled for the Owens River Valley. That's actually over here, the Sacramento Valley, the Kern River Valley, and then sporadic locations in other parts of the state. Most of the habitat modeled in Nevada was in the Carson River and Virgin River upstream of Lake Mead. In Utah, mostly along the Green River and the Colorado River. Some habitat, a significant portion on the San Juan River here. Colorado had habitat modeled all over the state, which was fantastic. And we'll see that they actually had a fair number of cuckoos. Wyoming, not a lot of habitat modeled, but Sietskidee National Wildlife in the Green River area, I believe this is the Flaming Gorge area, had modeled habitat. Idaho had a significant amount of modeled habitat, mostly the Henry Fork and the Snake River. And also of note was the Boise River over here on the edge with Oregon. Oregon and Washington, not a lot of modeled habitat. Some things that are significant to note was the Colorado Plateau area, not a lot of habitat modeled out there. And we have big gaps in some of the desert areas. Chihuahua, Sonoran, and Mojave Desert did not have a lot of habitat. So the final model is set to be completed next month. Well, we have gone through 4 model iterations for the habitat model over the last at least 6 months. And everyone is had their fill of reviewing models. So we're about done. The finish line is in sight. NatureServe has been outsourced to complete this model. They're using their extensive covariate library to model the historic data along with the 2022 data, and this should be ready soon. This is just a snapshot I took of an area that I know well. This is the Kern River Valley. One of the largest populations of cuckoos in California occur in the Kern River Valley here. And this model is fairly accurate to where we would think cuckoos would be found in the area. Again, I can't show you the final habitat model. It's still under review. It's not completed. The goal is to finish it and distribute it to the states and to make it available to all interested parties. We don't know where that will be hosted, what website yet, and what the format would be for that final model, but it would probably be a lightweight KML that anybody could download from a website. I'd also like to acknowledge that, you know, we are producing a habitat model, but it's not the first and it's not the only model that's been out there. There are a lot of models that have been done for Arizona by NatureServe. Nick Beauregard's got a model in the works, and I think past models have been done. Cynthia Wallace, Matt Johnson, and Jim Hatton have done modeling efforts in Arizona and Idaho. There have been a lot of models that have been done. So it would be good to take all these models and to compare them and see what worked best and what didn't work so well for some of these models. at some point in time. So objective 2. Is this blocking your guys' screen up here? I just noticed this.
No?
Okay. The Zoom menu appears to be blocking my screen, but I'm glad you can't see it. So objective 2. This is a zoomed in example of the sampling frame from the initial model that we used for objective 2 sampling. So they're 1 by 1 kilometer grid cells. We randomly ranked them in grits, spatially balanced tessellation ranking of our grid cells, and then we assessed those grid cells in rank order. We assessed them using a very objective rule set. We needed permission to access. We needed to make sure there was actually habitat in there or enough habitat to survey. We needed to make sure that there was no duplicate survey effort, make sure that nobody else was actually conducting surveys in that area. We wanted to avoid duplicate survey effort for this project, financially speaking, but also for the benefit of the cuckoo. We didn't want to harass them with a million call playbacks. All data was collected in field maps using our field technicians' personal smartphones, and it worked almost flawlessly. That was a great benefit to this project. It really minimized the cost of data collection methods. We created a fantastic field maps map, and it worked pretty flawlessly for this project. Our goal was 250 sample units. I meant to pare down this slide, but 250 sample units. Here's what was randomly selected. If you incorporate the other entity data that we collected, and I'm going to highlight David Moore's effort down here on the middle Rio Grande. He added an additional 70 something sample units to the New Mexico effort alone. So this is our distribution of surveys. And here are the raw results. You can see that Texas had a very high site occupancy rate, but because of the objective rule set, we didn't get permission and we weren't able to survey some of the areas along the Rio Grande, the lower Rio Grande here. It was largely considered unsafe. And so most of our surveys in Texas were down here in the Big Bend area. 5 of the 9 surveys were actually right on the river, where we had cuckoos at all of these areas. 4 of the areas were more inland, and we had cuckoos at 3 of those 4 inland sites. So we had very high detection rates in Texas. New Mexico, we can see that we have a very large population of cuckoos along the middle Rio Grande. Most of those cuckoos were found between Elephant Butte Reservoir up to Bosque del Apache and Salviano Wildlife Refuge. And as you move further north to Belen and Los Lunas and Albuquerque, you've got fewer and fewer cuckoos. So we did get cuckoos in Albuquerque, and on the Rio Grande, we also got a cuckoo up here north of Espanola as well. The rest of the cuckoos, most of the cuckoos were found on the Gila River and the San Francisco River in New Mexico. We had a handful of cuckoos in the Boot Heel. We decided, yes, maybe that's suitable habitat. We would survey those areas because of the extensive effort done by the reclamation on the Rio Grande. We had at least, I think, 10 sites in the Boot Heel of New Mexico. Turns out there aren't a lot of cuckoos there. We had 3 cuckoos at one area, probably all the same bird, migrating north, never to be seen again on later surveys. But there was one ranch with a stock pond and cottonwood willow habitat down here in the Boot Heel where we did detect cuckoos, a handful, 1 or 2 cuckoos regular in all survey efforts. You can see another big blob of cuckoos down here in Arizona. Part of that is the San Pedro River over here, but the rest of this is atypical relative to the rest of the United States. It's 0 riparian habitat. I'm going to ask Nick Beauregard if he's still on to talk about that in just a minute. The LCR stands out as a major river drainage, but it doesn't compare to what we observed on the Rio Grande. The LCR, unfortunately, formerly a riparian habitat, back in the early 1900s, Grinnell describes the floodplain as being 1 to 2 miles wide of cottonwood willow habitat. Currently, it is agriculture fields, mostly alfalfa. So that probably contributes to the problem, the lack of water. And most of the habitat on the LCR is tamarisk. Whereas over here on the Rio Grande, we have a significant amount of cottonwood willow, particularly willow trees. I'm gonna skip this slide and move into some of the other states. Again, here's our sampling frame where we potentially could have conducted surveys. The red dots are where we did conduct surveys. And the blue stars are all cuckoo detections made over 3 rounds of surveys. A survey in June, 2 surveys in July following the standard survey protocol. Again, I've touched on some of the major parts of the core of the cuckoo population here. And I just wanted to touch on that the LCR could be, this is, I wouldn't say low-hanging fruit because it would be really expensive to get the LCR on par with the Rio Grande. Most of these populations and detections on the LCR are at multi-species conservation program restoration sites that were created by the Bureau of Reclamation. So down here in Yuma, the Cibola Valley Conservation Area over here, the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve over here, and the Havasu Wildlife Refuge. This is the Beale Lake Restoration Area up here. Most of the cuckoos were only found in restoration sites on the lower Colorado River. The rest of the river is mostly dominated by pure tamarisk stands. Some of that habitat was surveyed. Often surveyors would complain, why are we surveying this? This isn't cuckoo habitat, and surveys, I think some of the surveys were allocated elsewhere. The lone bright spot on the LCR is the Bill Williams River National Wildlife Refuge, which has been a stronghold for cuckoos for decades. So, Nick, are you here? Do you?
Yep.
Can you unmute
hear
your
me?
mic? Do you have anything to say about Arizona?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay.
You got 1 minute.
Great. Well, yeah, so John already kind of covered it, at least in part. You know, in Arizona, we had a huge number of cuckoo detections, almost everywhere we surveyed. I'll just mention, kind of going north to south a little bit, you know, we had a good number of cuckoos up in the Verde Valley, and also in the Tonto National Forest and the Tonto Basin and the Agua Fria River. You know, those are cottonwood willow habitat primarily, pretty typical habitat conditions, but good number of birds there, which is pretty exciting. We also had a few detections on the Gila River, southwest of Phoenix, and you know, pretty anthropogenically altered landscape there. A lot of tamarisk, but also some pretty good mesquite. So it's nice to find some cuckoos there so close to Phoenix. Good indication that there's, you know, potential for continued habitat restoration. You can see a lot of red dots between Phoenix and Tucson. And a lot of that area, it's, you know, the historic Santa Cruz River floodplain and Gila River floodplain that's now primarily agriculture. So we tried to include some sites there where there was still some remnant riparian habitat, but didn't find any cuckoos, unfortunately. But as John mentioned, down south in the Sky Islands region, not only was the San Pedro one of our biggest populations, but the ephemeral and intermittent drainages that contain primarily zero riparian habitat. And by that, I mean, you know, Madrean, Encinal, oak woodlands, you know, hackberry, mesquite, or ash, you know, things that are not, or drainages that are not primarily comprised of cottonwood or willow. We found a lot of cuckoos in these areas. In some cases, we didn't find these cuckoos at all until later in our survey season, mid to late July, once the monsoon really kicked in and those sites greened up. A lot of these oaks are spring and summer deciduous. And so some of our survey technicians were, saying this is pretty lousy habitat. These oaks look like they're dying. There's no way we're going to find cuckoos here. And then come July, there's a whole mess of cuckoos and the oaks have foliated again. And the grasses and understory greened up pretty extensively. So again, this is habitat that might be more similar to what Emer was talking about earlier in Baja, but and definitely similar to habitat further south in Sonora. Again, it's pretty concentrated to the Sky Island Mountains south of Tucson, but good numbers of cuckoos there all around, from the Buenos Aires Refuge and the Babaquí Mountains east towards the San Pedro River. Yeah, pretty awesome field season for us.
Thanks,
Anything
Nick.
else you want me to cover, John?
No, that's great. I asked Nick to cover this. This is a lot of area to cover, and I don't know Arizona all that well. It's tough to be an expert in all these areas, and many of you in the audience know more about these states than I do. I only wanted to point out that the Chiricahua Mountains over here are dissimilar from what was observed over here in the Huachucas. As you move east, we thought maybe in the Boot Heel we might get conditions similar to the Sky Islands, and that was just not the case. The habitat was different, and the cuckoos just weren't there as we moved east into the Boot Heel. And you can see that over here. We just had a handful of cuckoos over here in the Boot Heel. In New Mexico itself, our greatest concentration, our highest occupancy was on the Middle Rio Grande. Our apparent occupancy, just the raw proportion of sites that had cuckoos versus those that didn't, was much lower in other sites across the state. Down in Texas, a lot of this habitat down here might be similar to what's over here in the Boot Heel and what's over here in the Sky Island. It definitely warrants a closer examination of the habitat and what cuckoos are using down here. We had mostly mesquite type habitat down here on the river, which is generally a lower water type of species, honey mesquite. And it might be a solid restoration type of tree that may require less water needs than cottonwood willow if restoration is something that's pursued in the future. Again, a very high occupancy rate in Texas, but a lot of these areas along the Rio Grande just were not surveyed due to safety and accessibility reasons. Folks in Texas definitely steered us away from conducting surveys along the Rio Grande. And deeper into Big Bend National Park, access was extremely difficult. There's only one road that goes down here, a dirt road, bumpy road, and even the park staff rarely drive it to get to one side or the other. And the DPS line, you can see, splits this area. I find it a very controversial line. I don't know. I think the cuckoos, who knows, these are supposedly eastern cuckoos over here. We don't even know if cuckoos are over here, but there are cuckoos up over here as well at the Fort Davis area, probably western birds. Somebody would have to compare the breeding timing of these birds between the western and the eastern birds to look at that. A point of note is that the Chisos Mountains here, the highest points in Big Bend National Park may or may not be yellow-billed cuckoo habitat. We didn't conduct surveys in there. The park steered us away from conducting surveys in there. There are a ton of eBird records centered in the main part of the park here. And that may be because that's a general eBird location, just centered in the park. And there may or may not be cuckoos breeding up here. So this area of the park may be similar to what was observed in Southeast Arizona, warrants definitely further exploration of alternative atypical habitat out there. Moving on quickly to California, Most of the cuckoo detections were in the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve. Maybe 1/3 of the cuckoo detections were in the Kern River Valley, and only a handful of cuckoos were made here. Linnea Hall detected this cuckoo out here. Muriel at Halterman, I believe, was conducting the cuckoo surveys in the Owens River Valley. Very few cuckoos, though. This is only a couple. She detected a few more on the Owens River Valley. Most of them are down here on the lower Colorado River. And somehow the Kern River Valley's population is holding strong. Back in the 1990s, the largest known population in the state of California was in the Sacramento River Valley. That area was surveyed extensively in the late 2010 to 2013, where they only had 10 cuckoo detections in 2013. Many of those were probably repeat detections of the same bird. And during our surveys in 2022, we had 0 cuckoo detections on the Sacramento River. The Carson River had a handful of cuckoos, as did the Virgin River. Upstream of Lake Mead had a few detections for Nevada. Colorado was one of our most populous, and that's not very many. It's either between 15 or 25. I forget the exact number of cuckoo detections, and that's over a total of 3 surveys. But the Gunnison River and the Colorado River had cuckoos, and Adam Petrie confirmed nesting somewhere out here, I believe in the Hotchkiss area, were cuckoos. So they don't have a large population, but it's important and it's persisting, which is fantastic. I do like that this area up here was surveyed. Hayden and Steamboat Coloradans out here. The habitat looks fantastic. They didn't get any cuckoos. I suspect this might be a limiting factor. It's higher elevation, at least 7,000 or 8,000 feet in elevation. And it's interesting to see that cuckoos were not detected out there. Utah only had a handful of cuckoos, 1 on the Green, 1 on the San Juan River. We only had a handful of cuckoos in New Mexico on the San Juan River up here. And Wyoming, fantastic surprise. The Sietskadee National Wildlife Refuge, they surveyed a lot of sites up there, way more than we asked for. And they got 1 cuckoo detection at 500 meters away from the survey point. They followed up and they got that 1 bird on that day on multiple visits, multiple detections from multiple points. So it's a historic area known to have had cuckoos in the past, and it still has cuckoos. Fantastic. And as you move further north, it gets a little more depressing. A very surprise detection. Idaho did not know that cuckoos were in this area in the Boise River, right on the border with Oregon. So both of these states can claim ownership to that bird. Idaho also did get additional detections during their surveys on the Snake River as well. Oregon and Washington did not get any other cuckoos, and that was almost expected. So that's it for the raw data. We aim to wrap up this project in December. We have been meeting almost monthly or more frequently for it feels like years. I think it has been years. And we are about to wrap this up. The habitat model is in final review, projected to be completed in December. The occupancy model is a little bit behind, but still projected to be completed in December. The results in a report will be distributed to Fish and Wildlife Service and state agencies. And our intent is to make these results available to anybody. The website that would host this information, the habitat model and an occupancy model, is yet to be determined, as is the format. But a KML is fairly lightweight, and most people can use a KML and surf around and look at their area. That is it for the range-wide model. You guys have heard this story for several years in a row now, and we are near the finish line. So are there any questions?
Thanks so much, John. Just echoing some of the comments in the chat, really fantastic effort and work by everyone involved. Thank you for presenting on that. It's just a long time coming to have something like this happen, right? And so one of the things, we have about 6 minutes until lunch. Of course, folks are welcome to continue the discussion into the lunchtime. But one of the things that we wanted to talk about was, how do we build upon this effort and ensure continued monitoring, and should we do something like this every 5 years, every 10 years? What should we do in the interim period? So those are some of the things that I was hoping we would discuss. I did have a couple comments myself and a couple questions. One thing is that, as I mentioned, I'm the program manager for the Middle Rio Grande Endangered Species Collaborative Program for the Corps. And we fund a contract with USGS to host a data portal for the Middle Rio Grande Collaborative Program. And so that is something potentially that could be used as a place where we can share some of this information. So we can explore that. I also wanted to mention, I was thinking about the Big Bend area. I actually worked in Big Bend 2 decades or so ago, but one of the folks that was there when I was working there was doing a survey of all of the oases in Big Bend and looking at the importance of oases for birds, particularly migratory birds, for stopover. And so that was his thesis. And so I was thinking, I wonder if he ever detected any cuckoos. He had mapped out all of these oases in Big Bend. And then he hiked out to them. They were very remote. Sometimes it took all day to just go to one of them. But maybe that would be useful also to look at some potential habitat for cuckoos. And then also, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think we surveyed one of those, the Sam Nail Ranch, and that's the only site in Texas where we did not get a cuckoo. A lot of bear sign, no cuckoos.
And that one's pretty accessible. And then I know there's a lot that are out there in sort of these remote locations that are just surrounded by open desert. And so maybe I can get a copy of that report. But I was also, you were talking about cuckoos around the boundary, that DPS boundary. And I recently got an email from someone who works in the Lincoln National Forest, and they have found some cuckoos this year during the breeding season. And they were looking at the map and trying to pinpoint exactly where it was on that line. And so I think it would be great to kind of encourage some surveys along that line and really try to understand the biological validity of that boundary, right? And how much movement is there. But the 2 questions I had were, I think you were saying that birds were using tamarisk along the San Pedro, but not along the LCR, that the lower Colorado, they were using just restored native vegetation, but they're avoiding the tamarisk?
So on the San Pedro and other places like the Pecos, they will nest in tamarisk and they love it. In the Bill Williams River, they predominantly nested in the tamarisk, but it's mixed native, non-native, which they do just fine in. So in these locations, they're usually foraging somewhere else, whether it's usually mesquite that I know of on the Pecos. And I believe that's also the case on the San Pedro. Is they're foraging in more native habitat, mesquite, cottonwood, willow, and they love the dense cover and concealment provided by tamarisk. The tamarisk doesn't supply the prey base. They're only little tiny insects that only whiffles can see. Cuckoos don't go after those little tiny insects.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. I know that there's a lot of comments in the chat too. Is there any hands up? I see some hands up.
Mary and Laura.
Yeah. You can unmute yourself, Mary.
Oh, I was just going to mention, one way to tell whether if you get to the surveys early enough, is just look at the birds' arrival dates on whether they're western or eastern, because there's such a huge difference between the two. So that might be a quick way to get an idea, sans genetics.
Thank you, Mary. Laura, do you want to ask a question or make a comment?
Yeah, I did some of the distinct population segment monitoring last year on Upper Butte Basin Wildlife Area, which is a California Department of Fish and Wildlife habitat. We used to have, we would get between 5 and 10 cuckoo detections a year when we were doing surveys back in 2015. When I did it last year in 2022, I was only able to do one of our survey routes and I had no detections, but we did have an eBird detection where one of those birds would have come through our habitat in order to reach where it was located on eBird. Additionally, we did some monitoring on Upper Butte Basin this year, and we were able to get 2 detections. We did 2 distinct survey routes and got detections on both. And I eBirded both of our detections, which was a total of 3 eBird detections for the Sacramento Valley this year. The one that Shannon Scalos and I got in July, there was another detection made by Mike Rogner along the Sacramento River on the same day. So we know there was 2 cuckoos in the Sacramento Valley. Unfortunately, they were about 10 miles apart on the same day. But I am hoping to incorporate some ARUs on our wildlife area. I know there's been a lot of work done with those recently, including Margaret McKinley, who did her summer project with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on ARU deployment, and she was able to locate some cuckoo detections along the Sacramento River using her ARUs as well. So we do have them, but as has been noted, they are incredibly difficult to find. My house is on site at our wildlife area, and I used to get a couple cuckoo detections just sitting in my front yard enjoying a beer, and now I don't get those detections anymore the way I used to. So it is rather problematic, the way that those have started to fall off within the northern Sacramento Valley.
Thank you, Laura, for providing that information. I saw some of your comments in the chat as well. And maybe we can talk a little bit more about your efforts and some of these ARU efforts when Matt talks later. Let's see. There was some other comments in the chat to Nick, right, about some of these habitats. Let's see if I could capture that. It was about availability of suitable habitat in these kind of xeric habitats in Arizona, and if it seems like there's a large extent of suitable habitat in these areas where you could have possible population increases and expansion. And then let's see here. Nick, did you want to weigh in what your response was?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's kind of hard, like I said in the chat, it's kind of hard to define what capacity really is in these habitats, since we still have a lot more studying to do of these habitats and how cuckoos interact with different types of different habitat configurations and compositions. I mentioned that in a lot of these drainages, we find cuckoos in fewer numbers than we do in nearby riparian areas like the San Pedro. But you have to keep in mind these drainages are often, narrow and steep. So the habitat itself is just more narrow, and you might expect to find fewer cuckoos in that regard. And yeah, I think there's potential for there to be, more habitat that hasn't been surveyed for sure. A lot of the Sky Island ranges are pretty remote, or at least difficult to access, or just haven't been surveyed by, either protocol surveys or even birders. It's hard to get birders to go out in the middle of monsoon season when things are flowing and it's full of chiggers and things like that. So yeah, it's a difficult question to answer, but I think it leaves the door open for a lot more research.
Thank you, Nick. Well, we're officially into our lunch break, and so if folks want to hop off and go to lunch, go ahead. If there's people who want to stay and continue this discussion, please do. I'll stay here and be available to kind of facilitate the discussion. I did want to talk about this idea of how do we continue these efforts? How do we make sure that we have some additional data in 5-10 years to compare to the data that was collected in 2022, right? So that we can really get a sense of the population status and trends, and how do we go, what do we continue to try to get SWIG funding, or what kind of funding would we need to repeat this effort? And in the interim, is putting ARUs or up at some of these sites enough to kind of see what's going on at these sites, or what other kind of efforts should we do to kind of monitor some of these sites that have been identified as active? So I don't know if anyone wants to jump in and share some of their thoughts, and also include Mexico in those efforts as well.
Well, we might hold off on the ARU question until after Matt gives his presentation.
Okay.
Also on that note, I don't think I need 10 minutes for the afternoon welcome, so we can come back at 12:35.
Okay, thanks, Jenna. So what do you think, John, in terms of repeating something like this, and at what interval?
It was a Herculean effort, and it took 100 people to lift this and make it happen. And it costs a pretty penny. So I don't know if we're going to be able to do it again. ARUs could be interesting. Boy, I just don't know. There are other technologies that may answer questions that would be good. Mary's gonna show a very awesome use of MODIS for cuckoos. I'm excited to see that. I love seeing that little video every time it happens. ARUs could be good. Boy, I'm staring at the LCR results, and I used to think that was the most dense cuckoo area in the Southwest. Boy, and looking at Arizona and the Rio Grande, it is lacking. But it's a vacuum waiting to be filled with cuckoos. The northern land managers, Idaho, other places, other states further north, they used to joke that Peaver, Palo Verde Ecological Reserve, was sucking up all their cuckoos. All the cuckoos would migrate north and stop short of their states because Peaver was so awesome. We've got hundreds and hundreds of cuckoos just at the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve when it was at its peak around 2010 to 2015. That area on the LCR is waiting. It just needs the appropriate habitat. And recreating cottonwood willow habitat, converting alfalfa fields to riparian woodland was expensive. And now, I don't know if they have the water anymore. The cuckoo numbers are tapering off and they're on the decline. We've passed our peak in cuckoo use of that habitat, but it could be like the Rio Grande. And so I think we need alternative restoration strategies there, and maybe it's mesquite, which doesn't require much water. And cuckoos love mesquite. They use it, but it's a very slow growing tree. I don't know. So I'm not the expert. Those are just some of my thoughts.
So upshot, not feasible in the near term to repeat this effort, and that there's some other ways that we can use these data to focus some of our efforts, for example, restoration, to really promote some of these populations that perhaps had higher numbers and now are showing that there's been declines. Let me look at the chat.
Yeah, just to weigh in real quick, I feel like, this was a range-wide survey effort, which, like John mentioned, was a huge effort, took an enormous amount of people, energy, and money, and that might be difficult to repeat. But what's really great is each state now has their own data set to work with, and state by state, these state agencies can decide if they want to, work off of this data to do repeat surveys or revisit these sites to monitor populations. So as a first range-wide effort, I think it's something that folks might be looking back on 10 or 20 or 30 years from now and saying, oh, maybe we should go back and revisit these sites and see how things have gone. But like every other year, every 5 years, that might be a little outside of the resources that are available, unfortunately. But it does provide a really great foundation for both states and state agencies, federal agencies, and also the many private landowners who we were able to access their land. Those folks are able to use this data and monitor their own populations. So yeah, it's a really awesome data set to have available.
I didn't introduce this. Many of you are aware of this project. I'm going to give a shout out to Nick. He facilitated the Arizona surveys, and he managed 30 field technicians or something. It was fantastic. Thanks, Nick. And a second point, we're producing these models, and should it be done again? My graduate statistics advisor said, don't try to model everything at once. And that's kind of what this feels like. We are trying to model the whole DPS in one model. And it's shown that maybe that's not the appropriate approach. Is New Mexico or Arizona, are these areas overly weighting the model? At the outset, we were worried that Southeast Arizona wasn't going to be well represented in the model. It turns out to be the opposite. Southeast Arizona might be overly weighting everything else. And so when we talk to all of our state partners about the final model results, everyone's got a different opinion. And it might be because we're trying to model the whole DPS in one shot, which may be inappropriate to do.
How did the data that were collected through this effort feed into some of the road to recovery priorities? And get at some of those metrics that Callie was talking about for population modeling and identifying some of these survival metrics and some of the population metrics. Callie, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm using a different setup. Yeah, I mean, I think this is really important. I mean, I just put in a comment and I was wondering if, like, I understand you're trying to model the entire region, but is it possible, like, do you have sufficient, data to model regions or to include regions as an effect? Because I think you're right. I think there's probably a lot of differences across the region, and that's kind of the approach we've taken with Road to Recovery to try and figure out ways of breaking things up into populations that are more manageable. But I think this data is really critical when it comes to thinking about population models, because once we get to that point, we need to figure out what are the key variables to include, and understanding how habitat requirements vary across the range will be important as we build up those models.
Hey, Callie, just to get at your question about including region. Yeah, that's something we've discussed with the species distribution modeling effort with the CSWIG project, is potentially, breaking out different regions to model separately. And that's not necessarily going to happen within the current model that Utah is developing, although I am working on a species distribution model specifically geared towards Arizona and Southwest New Mexico. And I think one of the issues is it's hard to develop a model like that for a region at the size of the Pacific Northwest with only 5 or 10 actual presence locations for that region. So you just, the variables you use are just not going to be very good at explaining what's going on there. And that's probably why there's a lot of ambiguity in the model output that we have across the whole Western DPS, and why it seems to be weighted towards Southeast Arizona. So it's something we've thought about, but it's definitely hard to address in practical application.
Yeah, I was just gonna also mention, you may already know that here, that the Shannon did get the cuckoo samples to Kristen Rug. Yes, so she has them, and so now Kristen's in the midst of looking for funding to do a genoscape on cuckoo, so that's gonna be a huge tool for us. So I recommend anybody who's capturing cuckoos, you know, get the permits to get tail feathers and send them to Kristen, because the more we have, you know, across the range, you know, whether they're Western or not, the better off it will be, especially migrating cuckoos.
Thank you, Mary. I didn't know that. That's great. I know Jen and I were recently talking about that, wondering what the status was. So especially migrating cuckoos. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to weigh in right now or ask some questions? Okay, well then let's break for lunch. Jenna said that we can start at 12:35, so let's be back here in about 20 minutes. And I will keep everything up, so if people just want to have a free-flowing discussion, they can as well.
All right, great. Thanks so much. So first off, my sincerest apologies on being late to this. Fortunately, my presentation is a few minutes under the 20, so hopefully it'll be fine. I misjudged what time zone this was in, so sorry for that. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I'm excited to talk about some of the work we've been doing as CDFW regarding monitoring cuckoos with ARUs and artificial intelligence. So I think you may have already heard about a little bit about this from some of the previous presentations. I think John was talking about some work related to state wildlife grant. So just a little bit of background on what I'm going to be talking about. This work is a part of that same grant as well. So some of the work that we had planned and some of our specific objectives within that work were to develop an ARU study design and protocol. So ARU stands for Autonomous Recording Unit, for anyone who's not familiar. We also wanted to estimate cuckoo detection probability using ARUs. And then we wanted to determine the survey effort that would be required to achieve a high probability of detecting cuckoos. So our specific detection probabilities that we were targeting were 0.8 and 0.95. And I believe that was based on specific detection probabilities that were targeted using the traditional call broadcast surveys, which I know many of you are familiar with. So I'll dive right into some of our methods. So the specific model of ARU that we used for this pilot work is called the audio moth, and I think some of you are probably familiar with that as well. In the lower middle, you can see what an audio moth looks like. We have a photo there. So it's basically, the dimensions are about the size of a credit card, at least that front facing piece. So they're really tiny compared to traditional models. And they're also much cheaper as well. Right now, they're at about $100. They used to be even cheaper. So we have used these for a lot of our other work within CDFW and have found them to be quite effective. So we decided to use these same models as well for this work. We deployed 15 audio moths in 2 separate study areas. So one of those was the Palo Verde Ecological Reserve, which a lot of us call PEVR. And then the other one was the South Fork of the Kern River. So we deployed 15 at each of those areas. In the upper right corner, you can see sort of a crappy map of the PEVR study sites. So those little dots are the locations where we deployed audio moths. I don't have a map for the current sites, but we spaced the devices at about 500 meters apart at each of those study areas. And the goal of that was to reduce the probability that we would accidentally be detecting the same cuckoo at neighboring recorders. We mounted the audio moths around ear height, so about 1.5 to 2 meters high, and we typically attach them to small tree trunks within cuckoo habitat. So you can see in the lower right corner here, we have an example setup. It's really hard to see the audio moth because it's so tiny, but I've circled it in red. So that's sort of what a typical site would look like. We set the devices to record for 4 hours. So starting at 5 a.m. and going until 9 a.m. And we recorded for every single day during a period that lasted from around June 22nd to August 15th of 2022. So that captures the majority of the survey period typically used in the call broadcast surveys. So getting into how we processed all of that data. So once we had deployed these recorders, left them out during the field season, and then took them down. We had thousands of hours of recording to search through for cuckoo detections. So we processed these using a tool called BirdNet. If anyone's not familiar with BirdNet, I think it's getting a lot of attention now, so I'm guessing many of you are. But this is essentially an artificial intelligence tool. It comes out of Cornell University. I've heard it's technically not artificial intelligence, but the concept is very similar. And it's a tool for identifying bird sounds. So we processed all of our recordings using this tool. We had a third party do this for us called Conservation Metrics. And then once we had processed all the recordings to look for cuckoo identifications, a human then went in and confirmed whether the AI's detections of cuckoo were actually correct or not. So that was me. Basically, I went in for every recording and looked at the list of detections that BirdNet had reported. And then for each recording, we wanted to confirm whether the AI was actually correct or not. And so because we were interested in looking at cuckoo occupancy for the analysis that we did, we really only had to confirm a single detection per day to be able to get that data that we would then feed into an occupancy model. So once I had gone in and validated the data that we got from BirdNet, we then entered all this data into what was called a single species occupancy model. And I won't dive into what exactly that is, but essentially an occupancy model really briefly allows us to estimate the proportion of our study sites that are occupied by a species, while also being able to estimate the probability of detecting that species. So in our case, cuckoos. And that's really important because that was one of our main objectives, was to be able to determine how likely were we actually to detect cuckoos, assuming they were present at a location. So the specific tools that we use to run these occupancy models, we used a package called Unmarked in the software R. And then we ran multiple models for detection probability and occupancy. So we included a variety of covariates for both detection probability and occupancy based on the literature, based on the wealth of current knowledge about cuckoos and their detection and their habitat preferences and such. So for detection probability, we included covariates for the specific study area, so Peaver versus Kern, as well as the survey date. And then for occupancy, we included covariates for the study area again, for canopy cover, vegetation height, and distance to waterway around each of the recorder locations, since we thought that those were variables that could influence whether cuckoos were actually occupying a site. And then finally, we wanted to estimate the survey effort needed to achieve 0.8 and 0.95 detection probabilities for yellow-billed cuckoo, again, based on those targets that we had established before. And we were measuring survey effort in terms of days. So how many 4-hour recordings, how many survey dates, assuming that recording schedule, would we need to achieve those detection probabilities. So I'll get straight into our results. So of the 30 sites that we originally established, we ended up having usable data from 27 of those. So 3 of the recorders at Peaver had some issues. The equipment just failed, I believe. So we ended up with close to 4,500 hours of recording total. And so we averaged across sites about 41 and a half days of 4-hour recording. So that was a lot of data. And then after running all that data through BirdNet and the vetting process by the human, we confirmed yellow-billed cuckoo at all 12 of the Peaver sites actually, and 10 of the 15 Kern sites. So looking at the human vetting effort specifically, because I know this is a component that's important to a lot of people that are considering using these newer technologies that still require some degree of human effort to verify what the AI has found. It was taking me about 55 minutes per site to go through the validation process for BirdNet's data. So that took about 30 minutes per site at Kern. And then the Peaver sites, it was taking me close to an hour and a half. And so the difference between these two, and the reason the time estimates are so different there, is that because we were in different study areas, there were different species communities. And so, for example, at Peaver, there was a lot of white-winged dove, which is a species we did not have at the Kern sites. And if you know much about white-winged dove calls, they sort of have a similar quality. And basically, the computer is a similar tone to yellow-billed cuckoo calls. basically the computer is taking a 3-second chunk to identify a species, and it listens to that 3-second chunk or looks at it, and it uses that to decide what the species is. And so it was assigning many calls that were actually white-winged dove. It was labeling them as cuckoos. So I had to sort through a lot of white-winged dove vocalizations before I would actually find a cuckoo at those sites. Hence the difference there. So it can vary depending on your species community and things like that. But eventually that's what we came out with. And then looking at the covariates, I don't think there are really huge insights here. A lot of you are already familiar with cuckoo habitat, so I'm not going to dive much into this. We just wanted to make sure we were running justifiable models from a biological standpoint. So looking at our model for detection probability, we found that the covariate for survey date was statistically significant. So detection probability was higher earlier in the survey period. And then looking at occupancy, we found that the covariate that came out to be significant was mean vegetation height. So occupancy of cuckoos was higher where the mean vegetation height was lower. And then for me, I think this is one of the key takeaways, again, going back to our objectives of looking at survey effort required to achieve a high detection probability using these approaches. So if you look at the beginning of the graph here, you can see that at just the first survey date, we already have about a 1 in 3 chance of detecting cuckoos using these approaches, assuming that cuckoos are present at a site. And then, as you can see, as we move right along the axis, that detection probability really increases pretty fast. Remember again that we recorded for, on average, 41.5 days at each of these sites. And you can see by probably around day 8, we're already getting close to peaking with our detection probability. And this was really mind-blowing to me. I spent a fair amount of time at these sites, at least at the current sites. I used to work seasonally down at SSRS and spent many, many hours walking back and forth between these, doing transects in these riparian forests. And I think I maybe heard a cuckoo once or twice in my months there. And maybe it's like there's more cuckoos now. I'm not sure. Mary would know more about that. But I was just shocked to listen to these recordings after BirdNet had identified cuckoos in so many. And I expected many of those to be misidentifications, but I went in and there were so many cuckoos. So I don't know if they're just vocalizing more when there aren't people around doing surveys or what, but I was really, really blown away by how high our detection probabilities were. So this sort of lays out in writing some of what I just said. So our mean daily detection probability was 0.34. After 4 days of 4-hour recordings, we had our sort of first target of 0.8 for detection probability. After 8 days, we had our second target of 0.95 detection probability. And I want to emphasize that's only 1/10 and 1/5 of our full study effort. Again, those 41-ish days. So we were already achieving those high detection probabilities with 1/10 and 1/5 of our survey effort. And I think the takeaway from that is if there are other people interested in using these methods, it would really be possible to cut way down on that recording effort and still really have a good chance of detecting cuckoos if they're present at your survey locations. And then what follows from that, it's not that hard to just set the audio moth or whatever recorder you're using to program to record for longer. But by recording for a shorter time period, if human resources, for example, are a limiting factor, it also cuts down on the human vetting effort that's required after the fact. So that hour-ish that it took me to vet a site could be cut down even more, and you would still have a really good chance of detecting cuckoos. And so this is my last slide. I just wanted to mention a couple of things moving forward. I'm no longer working on this project. I was basically providing match hours for a grant, and I was able to devote very little time to this. And I'm currently not working on it at all, which is part of why I just jumped on the meeting just to do this talk. But I wanted to mention we do have some protocols. I'll leave this up for a little bit. Hopefully it can stay up if anyone's interested in going to these QR codes. So the first one is to our field methods protocol for acoustic monitoring. We use very similar methods to what I just laid out as far as field methods for monitoring a wide variety of bird species, and we're even moving into amphibians and things like that. So there's a a protocol that will take you there if you're interested in looking at that or using these methods for your own monitoring, whether for cuckoos or anything else. And then we have a similar protocol for processing acoustic data using that process that I just discussed with BirdNet and then the human vetting process as well. So it sort of lays it out step by step, which is really useful, I think. And then the next item I wanted to mention is a new effort that's currently in progress between CDFW and UC Berkeley. So this is a tool we're already using, but it's not yet open to the public, but the goal is for it to be there to manage acoustic data. And I think this is going to be a huge, huge resource to so many people as this age of using ARUs really just keeps exploding and the need to process that data using new tools. So this is a platform for storing data, for processing that data using tools like BirdNet and other machine learning tools that will be brought in. The idea is for it to be extremely streamlined. So to basically be able to upload your recordings, click a button to run them through BirdNet, whether you're looking for cuckoos or anything else, be able to share that data, be able to have a really easy user interface to go in and do manual vetting of the species once you've run it through an AI tool. So I think it'll be really useful for so many people going into the acoustic recording world. And the goal is for that to be open to everyone to use eventually. And then lastly, please feel free to reach out to me. Like I said, I'm no longer working on this project, but I'm still more than happy to answer any questions if I can be helpful. Working on a species that's such a conservation priority is really exciting to me. And so I'm happy to help the larger community wherever I can. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Matt. That was awesome. We have a couple questions in the chat. Let's see. Lily says, knowing that white-winged dove is a problem species for this effort, would there be any way to train BirdNet to be tailored for the project to account for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the people who developed BirdNet, I don't think at this point it's just a tool that we're using. We don't have much involvement in actually changing how it runs or anything like that. So I don't think it would be very easy to sort of change how the tool runs, but there would be ways to account for it a little bit in the post-processing stage. So I tried sort of, as I was working through the process and having to get it done, I was trying to find ways to identify patterns in BirdNet's detections and say, okay, no, this looks like a series of misidentifications by white-winged dove, and sort of skim over them. But it's sort of something that you have to deal with in the post-processing. Ultimately, I don't think it was that huge of a limiting factor. Like we were still able to find cuckoos. It just took a little bit longer because I had to sort through a lot more false positives, as we call them, more misidentifications. What else was I going to say on that? And I think it's also important to realize, you know, we had those targets of detection probability that were really high. There's sort of this trade-off between how much time you're willing to invest in human effort to listen to all of these potential identifications. And then you could really cut down on that and you would end up with a lower detection probability, but it might not be too much of a trade-off. So I probably could have cut that down. It was taking me an hour and a half to process that much data for one site, for the Peaver sites where white-winged dove was present. But I probably could have only checked a smaller number and still ended up with a pretty good detection probability. So it's sort of, you can play with that and decide how much your time is worth versus how much you need a high detection probability. So I hope that's helpful, but if you have more follow-up questions, let me know.
Lily, you can unmute if you have a follow-up question. I see Mary has her hand up and I have quite a few ones in the chat.
Yeah, just thanks so much. Great answer.
Mary, you want to go ahead?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Matt, did you do any comparisons of the human surveyor data with your acoustic at all?
No, so like I said, and I probably sound like a broken record, but I had a certain number of match hours to invest in this, and I basically was trying to crank out the occupancy model. So I haven't done any of that. I'm not sure if that's included in the grant itself, But regardless of that, I think it would be really awesome to do.
Okay.
An
Yeah,
alternate.
I'll email you about that later.
Yeah, and yeah, if somebody's able to do that, I think it would be awesome, because that is ultimately, I think, was the objective. And what I was brought into was to see side by side the comparison of the call broadcast surveys to these newer approaches, and see if there's potential for this to be rolled out on a larger scale. I'm not sure as a substitute or as an additional approach for monitoring cuckoos. And so that's why we had this sort of side by side. I think that 0.8 and 0.95 detection probability is based on the call broadcast surveys. I'm sure you know a lot more about this than I do. So I think that was the intent, was to get that sort of parallel target of detection probabilities. But beyond that, I didn't have any capacity to jump in further, but it would be great for someone to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also, I mean, basically, the one thing with this is you can't get, numbers of cuckoos, the estimates of the cuckoo population as you could
Absolutely
with the surveyor. So it would be a different type of monitoring. So if you just wanted to know, do cuckoos use this area, this would be great for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's a really good point. So I'll try not to stray too much from cuckoos, but we, like I mentioned, we're doing multi-species monitoring for basically as many species as we can in the state. And we, from the beginning of trying to figure out how do we want to monitor bird communities, that was a question of what is the right approach. Acoustic recorders are taking off. But diving into the literature, you quickly realize, there are pros and cons to every approach. And one of the cons to recorders, at least now, but I have hope that this is going to get better, is getting that density, like abundance and density information using acoustic recorders, because like you said, it's not the same as a person in the field where you can actually count the number of birds, at least not yet. But I think there's some really exciting work going into being able to get that information and get accurate information on abundance from recordings as well. We're not doing that yet for any of our stuff, but I do think that's going to happen in the future. So I think it's valuable to start collecting the recorder data now, because I think there's promise there too. But at this point, yeah, you're totally right.
Yeah, we had talked with Nick and before about whether you could actually identify individual birds and then get the abundance that way by actually being able to get sort of a signature for an individual and then be able to count individuals.
That would be awesome. Yeah. I'm not sure with the state of it currently, but that sounds really exciting.
That would be really cool. I'm going to do a question in the chat, then I'll get to the raised hands. So Bruce asks, and Anna seconded this question. Matt, what method was used for estimating your covariate for mean vegetation height?
Yeah, I was dreading a question like this. It's been a long time. The field work was not this last summer, but the summer before, and then we did the analysis shortly after. So getting into the details of our models, I have my short-term memory is bothering me on this. As far as, so we used GIS data. I'll try to remember as many details as I can, but we used GIS data to look at mean vegetation height. And I am trying to remember the radius around our point. It was averaged, I think, in a 200-ish meter buffer around each of the survey locations. I'm not positive on that. And it was based on GIS data. And yeah, if I can, I'm happy to email the person. If you reach out to me by email, I'm happy to give you more specifics on that, because that's about all I remember at this point. But
yeah, Matt, if you just pop your email into the chat, that'd be great. John, do you want to ask your question that's in the chat and whatever else you have?
Sure, thanks. Hey, Matt, great to see you again. I think a comment and a couple questions. I think you were in the Valley around 2015, 2016, and the cuckoo population was pretty low in the Kern River Valley at that time, and has since gone back up dramatically. So
awesome.
That might explain the disconnect that you're seeing here. Can you go back to your slide with the curve there? Your detection probability over days.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I just had a question about that. Is this the probability of detecting the species at a site over the duration of the study? So this is the probability of detecting the bird over 8 days of recording. It's the probability of occupancy, probability of detecting.
So sorry, you faded out towards the end there, John. You said, is this the probability of detecting at a site? And then you faded out a little bit.
During the whole survey period, or I guess it's during days. So,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, well, there are so many different ways you can interpret detection probability, trying to find ways to compare these results.
Yeah, I'll try to go to a little bit more detail. So we used, this was some code, and the way it's calculated is we took the detection probability when the covariate value was at its mean value. So basically the mean survey date, this is looking at all of the survey dates from June 22nd to August 15th. So when that was a covariate on detection probability. So when that covariate was at its mean value, so in the middle of the survey period, that's when we used the value for detection probability at that date, which was that's that 0.34 mean daily detection probability, and then used that to establish sort of this like accumulation curve. Again, that's what I remember now. I'm happy to give more specifics on how it was calculated though.
Okay. Oh yeah, it does look like it's an accumulation. So the more days, the higher probability.
Yep.
Did you look at detection probability by survey period or by week or something? We've looked at it in the past and it drops. In many areas, probability of detection appears to drop for August surveys. Did you see anything like that, or do you even look at it?
Not too much. So the only thing is that we found that it was decreasing over time. There was a negative relationship between survey
That's right.
and detection probability. I'm trying to think anecdotally from when I was going through and sorting all of the detections. It was really interesting. I'm trying to recall off the top of my head, but there were these bursts of vocalization, and I'm sure this isn't a surprise. There's probably lots of people on here who know like why this would be, but we would have these bursts of days where it'd be cuckoo day after day after day, super vocal for several days, and then it'd just be silent for days, and then there again. So it seemed to be, but then sometimes there were random one-off days where there would be cuckoos as well. So I'm not really sure why that is, but overall it was declining as the survey period went on. Between end of June and mid-August.
Cool. Thank you very much. You've got recordings of unsolicited cuckoo calls, which is rare, and there's a lot that could be looked at with that.
Yeah, and if there's time, you mentioned unsolicited, John, so I wanted to mention, I didn't include this, but in case anybody asked, I was going to talk about it. But if there's time after the questions, I can maybe get into I had concerns going into this about the fact that at least the current sites are very heavily birded and or can be at certain times of the year. And I was like, oh man, we are going to get so many people playing cuckoo sounds to try to hear a cuckoo. And how on earth am I going to tell that it's somebody playing a sound versus a real cuckoo? So I can talk about more. Basically, in the end, I was really relieved. There were a few things that popped out that really calmed that concern, but I can talk about that more if there's time. After questions.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, there's some great collaboration going on in the chat, so that's really cool. Callie has another question.
Hey, Matt, thanks for the presentation. Maybe this is like a question for other people as you've mentioned what you're working on. But I was kind of wondering, and this doesn't just have to go with cuckoos, but like one of the concerns I've been thinking about using ARUs versus like point counts is like capturing some of the post-breeding movements that we know cuckoos are doing. And maybe this goes to like, you hearing these bursts in cuckoo activity, but like we know from tracking data, both the MODIS and like the satellite tracking data, that birds are moving a lot during the season. And I don't know if any of us know whether or not they're vocalizing during those movements, if it is truly post-breeding do we have this? I know people have noted I'm pretty sure like John has mentioned that there's a decline in calls over, the season, but I'm just wondering like, yeah, how well ARUs could pick that kind of movement up, and whether we should be thinking about that as we think about using ARUs more.
Yeah. I'll chime in with what I can, and if anyone else who knows more about like cuckoo breeding biology and post-breeding season movements, if anyone else wants to speak up after. But as far as like distinguishing what's a breeding cuckoo versus a non-breeding cuckoo, like I don't think we would be able to get into that very well with the recorder sort of approach versus humans. I would say one thing that's really I come back to, just because we use acoustic recorders and these very similar approaches, like I said, on a really large scale now for so many species. And one of the main takeaways for me, while I fully acknowledge various drawbacks of the approach, is I'm amazed at how there can be a single vocalization of a species on one day, and that might be the only vocalization you get. And because we can click a button to run thousands of hours of recording through an AI, and it just jumps to that detection, and then I can go and figure it out whether that's what it is or not. Basically, the odds of being able to pick up a species, even if it's just there very momentarily or it's not vocalizing much, it's so exciting how vastly that's improved. We use this for owls, for example, and there will be a barn owl or a flammulated owl or something, and it'll be a really faint call once in a recording, and it seems like that's it. And it's like, wow, there was like 9 nighttime hours that I would have had to listen to for 9 hours to listen for an owl, and the AI just jumps to it, and I listen. And sometimes it's a barking dog, but sometimes it's an owl. But all that to say, like, I think there's huge potential for detecting cuckoos where they might be even temporarily, just because the odds of being able to get them are so much higher when you're recording for that long. It's just, you basically have a human in the woods for days on end for many hours. You don't, in that you don't have the visual component, which, like has been mentioned, can help you for things like estimating abundance and things like that. But for detecting cuckoos after the breeding season, when they might be less reliably there, I think it could be really helpful. But I sort of maybe digress from the original question. So if anyone else knows more about post-breeding movements, then I'm at a loss.
Jenna, I saw there was a really good comment by John about pairing ARUs with MODIS to get at some of these questions.
Yep, I saw that too. And then Mary also chimed in, any cuckoo detection can be important, whether it's breeding or not, because stopover sites are very important for migrating birds as well. So I also agree that's a really strong point, like just to know where they're going and what resources and areas they might be using. Even if it is a short period of time, you could potentially capture that with ARUs. More comments. Johnson and Benson 2022 looked at site colonization and extinction of yellowbill cuckoos in Illinois with ARUs, if that's helpful. And John is asking, has anyone played calls or any noise to calibrate the distance on audio moth? Oh, the distance in audio moth can pick up species calls. That's an interesting question.
Definitely. That's a really good question. And as far as I know, that has not been done. And that's a repeated question. It's like, how far are they picking up species? Yeah, I don't know. I think there needs to be, and part of it, the trickiness of that is it varies from acoustic recorder model from one model to the next. They all have their different abilities. And then audio moth, we did a little pilot comparison of audio moth compared to a few other top recorder brands out there. And the quality was a little lower in terms of how many species we were able to actually hear from the recordings, but not by much. And so and because they cost at that point a tiny fraction of what the other ones cost, we ended up using them. So I would say close to as well as other recorder models, but that still doesn't actually speak to a distance. And so I don't know. And they keep coming out with new models of audio moth. which may or may not be slightly better. That's something we can account for, and to some extent in like our statistical models, as John, you already know, I'm sure, looking at like including that in detection probability. But those changes from one model to the next, or one version to the next of audio moth, maybe even. But yeah, I don't know about the distances. My impression, and this is totally anecdotal, so take it with a huge grain of salt, is when I listen to the recordings from all of our hundreds of survey locations now to tons of different bird species, is I feel like I can hear so much detail on the background, and to me it seems comparable to what I hear when I'm standing out there doing point counts. But that's very anecdotal and very ballpark. So
Okay, Lily had a note. I know we're focused on cuckoos, but there are differences in detectability between species as well, which is very, very true. Hira's got her hand up. You want to go, Hira?
Yeah, so when we're talking about the detectability and the ability of these audio moths to pick up calls at different distances, I was wondering if that's why you showed that pattern with vegetation height. If really it's that that's the vegetation that's influencing the detection probability.
yeah, that's a really, sorry. Were you done? Yeah, so that's a really good point. So that was actually a covariate on occupancy. We didn't include it as a covariate on detection probability, but hearing you mention that, it would make sense to include that because you have really dense vegetation, which obviously can affect how far the sound is traveling. So we found the relationship between the lower vegetation height and occupancy, but didn't include it with detection probability. But that is an established thing, that once you have really dense vegetation, that affects your probability of detecting the sounds. So
Thanks, Matt. So if you guys have further questions, he did put his email in the chat, and we really appreciate you sharing all that really cool data with us. We gotta unfortunately move on, even though I'm sure we could all keep talking about ARUs, but we're gonna move on to MODIS. So next we're gonna hear from Mary Whitfield, who's with the Southern Sierra Research Station, and she's gonna tell us about long-term cuckoo monitoring on the Kern and lessons learned. And I have to give her co-host ability, so hold on one second.
While we're waiting for that, there is a paper that I think it's a 2018 paper where some people did some tests. I'll find it and type the citation later, where they did tests not only in different types of birds and frogs, but also different habitat types and the effects of that. And it's a pretty interesting paper.
Awesome. You should be able to share, I think, Mary.
Okay, great. Excellent. Okay, well, great. So I'm going to talk about our long-term cuckoo monitoring efforts on the South Fork Kern River. And also, as a sidebar, just some of the cool things that we have found with using MODIS with yellow-billed cuckoos. So I'm going to go ahead and skip this part because I think pretty much everybody here is knows this information pretty well. So I'm going to skip it. So in California, in the Kern River Valley, it contains one of the largest and one of the last remaining cuckoo populations in the state. And so here's where it is. And this is our study site where you can see, let's see, can you see the little arrow right here on the screen?
Yep, we sure can.
Okay, cool. Oops. Yeah, so we have a couple of different areas. We call it the South Fork Wildlife Area, and then we have the Kern River Preserve, is the main study area during that long time period that we conducted cuckoo surveys. And so the South Fork Kern River Valley has a really long historic cuckoo surveys. And so it started with Steve Gaines and Bob Barnes. They conducted the first known cuckoo playback survey in 1977 here in the Kern River Valley in 1977. And they did detect cuckoos there. And the efforts were continued in the early 1980s, spearheaded by the Nature Conservancy. And then Steve Lehman began a long-term research project in 1985 that ended in 2001. The Southern Sierra Research Station continued the research in 2002, and it was spearheaded by Murlet Halterman until 2004. And then we picked up surveys from the surveys again and continued our efforts from 2008 to 2022. And with the exception of 2011 and 2019, we did not do surveys in those years. So all survey, the survey methods were really, unfortunately, they were inconsistent in the different eras. So I split the two survey time periods from when Steve and Murlet did cuckoo surveys. I call that the pairs era because that's how they estimated population sizes. And then to the territories era, when we just said we didn't estimate in terms of pairs, but we just said how many territories there were. And so the different eras were 1985 to 2004, and then 2008 to 2022. And so they were inconsistent due to a combination of differing project leads, changes in protocol as more information about cuckoo biology was gathered, as well as changes in interpreting cuckoo behavior. The population has historically fluctuated between 2 to 24 pairs. So this is during that pair era. So that's up to about 2004. And it averaged 11 pairs during that time period. If you look at what we call the territory era, which is on the right side of this line over here, I don't know if you can see my cursor in there, but that's from 2007 to 2018 to 2023. And if you look right here at 2018, that is when Matt worked here. So that was kind of like the low point of cuckoo numbers on the Kern. So that kind of explains his observations during that time period. But anyway, if you look at, you could see that the low point was 2018, where it went down to only one known territory for sure. And that, and so that decline really happened during that 2012, 2016 drought period, which was just a historically bad drought. However, after that time period, after a series of wetter years in 2017, 19, and this year, the population has rebounded back upwards. But you have a question mark here because that right now is a preliminary estimate because we still need to go over the data a little more carefully after we collected some new information this year about cuckoos. So the one thing that is really obvious is that the South Fork Kern River Valley cuckoo population is really dynamic. And because cuckoos exhibit little territoriality, have large overlapping home ranges, and are quiet, secretive birds, it's difficult to accurately estimate their populations. In addition, at this study area, there have been different survey methods and effort in interpretation of behavior, and also whether nest searching was conducted or not. Thus, you really can't accurately compare population sizes during that entire period of 1985 to 2023. So what are some of the recently discovered interpretations and breeding biology facts? First of all, thanks to work done by Murlet Halterman, Shannon McNeil, Diane Tracy, and others, we now have more solid facts on sexing cuckoos. So here's an example of some of the ways that people used to sex cuckoos. Basically, they thought unmated males coo, and research from Murlet Halterman and Shannon McNeil show that it's almost always females. It was once thought full calp calls meant males, partial calp calls were interpreted as female, and studies show that that's not true. Same with sexing cuckoos by the amount of white on tail, that really doesn't seem to be true as well. And here are some examples of relatively new discoveries in cuckoo breeding behavior that became known once cuckoos were genetically sexed and color banded. In the past, researchers thought that parental care was largely female biased and did not know that birds could be polyandrous. We've over the years, we found that they really have a wild breeding system. They do all sorts of different things. A study by Shannon McNeil conducted at Palo Verde Ecological Reserve. They actually had a nice sample size of 6 yellow-billed cuckoo nests where both the male and the female and all 15 chicks from those nests were genetically sampled. And that's really rare to get both parent, what you think are the male and female of the nest, and have them all genetically sampled. It's great data set. So 4 of these 6 nests had eggs from a different female, which indicated that polygyny was going on in that nest. And then also 2 chicks matched neither parent. And that indicated that there was conspecific nest parasitism. And then I believe work from Muirlet Halterman also showed that they also, and I think on Peaver as well, showed that they have facultative polyandry. So a female may start a nest with a male, and sometime during that period, she'll just leave that nest and leave the male to continue taking care of it, and then find another male and start a new nest. So they have all sorts of different breeding systems, and these new discoveries highlighted why researchers no longer present cuckoo population estimates in terms of pairs, because it really doesn't make sense in this type of system. We have also noted over the past 25 years that cuckoos predominantly use the areas in the lake drawdown zone. So that's this area right in here. And that their distribution and population size tends to be impacted by lake levels and extended drought periods. And even though it's difficult to compare the different eras, the average number of cuckoo territories in the study area appears to be around 10 territories. In addition, there have been varying amounts of suitable cuckoo habitat in the drawdown zone along the North Fork of the Kern River over the past 25 years, as well as some areas upstream of the Kern River Preserve. Thus, the population may have been larger than we estimated, just because they were using areas that we have not sampled and we don't survey. So we may have been able to interpret past cuckoo survey results if we had access to the raw data from past surveys, and also the field notes. This was mostly pre-GPS, but these detailed notes and maps of the cuckoo locations for each survey would have helped us to compare and maybe reinterpret some of that old data. And it's really not unusual for the discovery of new knowledge about a little known species. Really, the key is to collect your data in a way that could be re-examined when new information is available. So we recommend collecting survey data using field maps or something similar, such as Fulcrum or QGIS. And also the other big thing is try to be cautious about making assumptions, and also try to keep those survey methods as consistent possible, but that under knowing that you do sometimes, if you find new stuff, then it is wise to change them given that new data. So here are some of our next steps that we plan to take over the next few years to identify what factors influence Kern River Valley cuckoo population. And so we're still going to look at we want to develop the methods to monitor the cuckoo prey base, and so we have a proposals out for that. That's just we haven't been successful in getting them funded, but we have some ideas on how to do this, and also track cuckoo movements in the study area, and that is a big one because we've been doing some of that, and it's really paid dividends, as you are going to see in a few minutes. And so this is typically where I'd be normally wrapping up the talk, but I'm going to show you some of the results from our tracking cuckoos in the study area. So this is kind of the next section is kind of how we are using MODIS to help with cuckoo conservation. So we captured and placed MODIS tags on a few yellow-billed cuckoos over the last few years. We had a MODIS node set up on the Kern River Preserve for another study, and discovered unexpected cuckoo movements in the area. So this is the node setup. All these little white dots here, those are the nodes. And for those of you who may not be familiar what a node is, it's we have a MODIS tower in one of these locations on Redtail Hill, and the nodes will have little antennas, and they are detected by this MODIS station, and they report back any tags that are collected on this that are detected on this smaller in these smaller areas. So you can take these nodes, and there's some code that will now estimate the exact location with about 20 meters accuracy by using like 3 nodes. If you have, let's say, a cuckoo here, these 3 nodes would detect it and then estimate where that cuckoo actually was, or Western tanager. So we found that the birds were traveling between 3 to 4 kilometers from their capture sites into other areas of the forest. So I want to make sure people realize there were no nodes on this side. We didn't have enough, our funding didn't cover this area. Plus, with the water this year, we would not have been able to set them up in a lot of this area. So this road right here is called Sierra Way. No nodes west of Sierra Way. The birds were nesting. And this is around these areas where the X's are. That's where we captured these 2 birds. Hummus and Baba Ganoush were their names.
Mary, I just want to interject. I had seen before your cursor, and I don't know if other people
okay, can you see it on this right here?
Now I can see it, yeah.
Okay, so I have to make sure I keep it on this bottom one. So this is where they were nesting. This one, I think it was across the river. We didn't find the nests of either bird because it was we just didn't have time to spend a lot of time. The other one, we were pretty sure it was across the river, so we would have never found it. But the birds were spending quite a bit of time on that east side of the forest. So here's an animation that was produced by Edward Jacobo that shows what happened during one of our last cuckoo surveys of the year. So you're going to see these little green arrows. Those are the actual survey spots where they were. Here, I'm going to pause this for a second. So these little green arrows are the survey spots where the surveyor stopped to do playback. So there's 3 survey transects, one here, then there's another one that's right in here, and then the third one is down below here. Each survey transect is at least 300 meters apart at minimum. If you look up on this upper left-hand corner, that is the time period. So when you start seeing little orangey dots, those are hummus's movements, and they're it's movements within like a 5-minute period. That's why you'll see several dots popping up, because it's several minutes. So keep your eye on these where these surveyors are moving, and when the dots appear. Okay, so they're going ahead and doing their survey. Hummus is now here. You can see hummus is popping up and heading up to the north. Up there, they got him. Surveyor 1 got hummus. A few minutes later, surveyor 2 gets hummus. And then hummus probably hears surveyor 3 down here and starts moving around to explore what's going on. All of a sudden pops up, goes over there. And so I think this is about a half hour later, surveyor 3 gets hummus. And then you can see the surveyors continue their surveys, and hummus is still kind of moving around a little bit, trying to figure things out. The surveyors are, I think at this point they're done, and hummus is still moving around, kind of looking for where that bird went, probably. Let's see. Then I think hummus ends up leaving the area probably about 11. It's out of the node area. I don't think we're there yet. Okay, now hummus is gone, and all of a sudden 2 hours later, or 2.5 hours later, hummus comes back and starts looking around again for that bird that it heard earlier in the day. We're assuming, or it could be just foraging. We don't know, but it was there until about 6. I believe. Yeah. So let's move on. So one thing, so you noted that all 3 surveyors got this one bird, and if we were interpreting that behavior in the past, we would have said, oh, there's 2 cuckoos. There's the 2 stars that were in that surveyor 1 and 2 detected. We would have called that one bird, but that 3rd surveyor, that we probably would have said was another bird. And this also kind of shows that, these birds were moving a lot more than 500 meters. So yeah, it kind of makes you have to go back to the drawing board when you're kind of looking at whether you're getting the same bird or not. And for us, now we have to go back to our past surveys and kind of go back to the drawing board on how we're estimating these cuckoo population sizes given this data that we have with the yellow-billed cuckoos. But one good thing to note is that none of the surveyors counted this bird again. So no single survey transect had hummus more than once. So that is, I guess, one good thing. So basically, we really need more research on cuckoo breeding area movements. And I think we actually, more than May, we do really need to rethink cuckoo territory estimates. And also that cuckoos are really well named. They have fairly ridiculous behavior, and it's unfathomable at times. And they can really make researchers crazy trying to interpret that behavior. So here's more fun with MODIS. We ended up tagging 4 yellow-billed cuckoos with MODIS tags, 2 in 2022 and 2 in 2023. And you can see stroopwafel. We had 2022 was our cookie theme, so we had all these different cookie names. And stroopwafel had a hybrid tag, so we got stroopwafel 2 years in a row, which was pretty awesome. And we also know exactly the date that stroopwafel arrived, which was on July 2nd. So we know when they left. Stroopwafel arrived July 2nd and left in August 12th. So stroopwafel came pretty late. And this is what stroopwafel's movements that we had from MODIS. Pretty sure that stroopwafel went across the Gulf because it was first detected on the Gulf Coast at the Mad Island Marsh Preserve near Houston on June 15th. And then it showed up on the Kern River in the Kern River Valley on July 2nd. So definitely a late arriving bird. And then it left, as I said previously, in mid-August, I think August 17th. So hummus was detected at 8 MODIS stations before disappearing on August 17th. So hummus left earlier in August and basically was detected along the network. You can see right here are these different MODIS stations. One was at near the Mojave River at Camp Katy, I believe. The other one was at Palo Verde Ecological Reserve, and then in southeastern Arizona at the Appleton-Whittle, Audubon's Appleton-Whittle Research Ranch. And then it showed up in, there's Appleton-Whittle right there. Oh, I'm pointing to the wrong thing again, right here. And then it showed up in Mexico and Sinaloa along 2 study sites there before disappearing on August 17th. So maybe in Central America, maybe in South America right now. So basically we've found out quite a bit of cool stuff with having just a few cuckoos tagged with MODIS tags. And we'd really like to thank the army of hardworking technicians that have worked on the Kern Yellow-billed Cuckoo project over the years. Any questions?
Very cool stuff, Mary. Thanks for presenting.
Sure.
There are 2 questions in the chat, and they're similar. Let's see. Did hummus give any coo calls? Was it a girl potentially looking for a new mate? And then Hira followed up with same question, mated versus unmated, and gender, sex.
We can't say what the gender is without, getting it
Genetic.
sexed for sure. Yeah, but I believe Hummus did do some coo calls, but I can't remember. Annie and Sasha, for some reason, were not sure that Hummus was a girl, so we did give the feathers to Kristen. So hopefully that will be answered one of these days. You definitely want to get those feathers sexed and double check on that.
And did they think she was mated or unmated?
Oh, we think Hummus was mated. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. They were definitely showing signs that it was a pair, but there was the South Fork this year, in the area where Hummus was captured, there's this huge river channel out there that we were not going to be able to cross. It was probably, I don't know, maybe 4 meters deep and probably about, I don't know, maybe 4 meters wide too. So yeah, we weren't about to cross that. No, it was more than 4 meters. It was more like 10 meters wide. Yeah, we weren't going to be able to cross that thing.
Sounds fun. Chris has a question. Go ahead, Chris.
Sure.
Hey, Mary, nice talk.
Thanks.
I was wondering if the instances of polygyny and polyandry are as prevalent in populations where there are more cuckoos around.
That's a great question, and I do think that's probably true. Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, other question in the chat from Anna, and I was actually, wondering similarly, could you send a link to the paper that found that parental care was male biased?
Yeah, I think it's that it was maybe Murlitz's thesis. I'd have to go look it up.
Cool. And Shannon's work, was that published? I haven't seen anything, but that was my question.
No, I think it's still in her. I think you still need to get it from her thesis. As far as I know, it's
Okay.
not published yet, unfortunately, because it's great stuff.
It really is. Yeah, it's really cool stuff. Maybe she just doesn't have time to work on it right now.
That's my guess.
Yeah. So if no one has any more questions, we can move on to kind of the seed questions we had for Q&A and discussion. Let's see. Anna says, could you send those names in the chat so I can look up the theses?
Yes.
So, improving cuckoo population estimates. I mean, you touched on this in your talk, but do you have any thoughts on how to move forward? On just the survey effort, as far as like normally we would say a cuckoo's different if it's greater than 300 meters away. Does that need to be updated, or just kind of like need to have a pin of caution in there?
Yeah, I think we have to have a pin of caution, and I think what's needed is basically looking at the best way to do it is where you're looking for nests and you feel pretty confident you're finding most of the nests, and then comparing what your estimates would be when there's nesting pairs, and then compare them if you don't know that they're there. I guess we could probably do it to some degree on the LCR data too. But yeah, I think just doing more work with getting more these cuckoos tagged and looking at their movements, because I also think movements are going to be different in different habitats. Like as Chris mentioned, when you have these cuckoos that are really densely populated, maybe their movements are different than when they're spread further apart, or when you have I think the geography is really, the landscape of the area is going to really make a difference on how far they move and how much.
Right. And also, I know Shannon and Diane always talked about like the density of cuckoos could influence some of those behaviors as well. You touched on that too, but okay. And then benefits of technology such as Modus for tracking local and long distance movements. I mean, I know you did talk about this, but what does the future look like for Modus and cuckoos? Like, how do you see it as your vision?
I think it looks good. I think there's a lot of promising work that can be done with Modus and cuckoos. And the Western network is just growing rapidly. And it's really great to see. We definitely need more work on getting more stations in Mexico, Central America, and South America. But I think we're making great progress, and I think a lot of cool stuff can be done, especially if you can. Nodes are amazing addition to it. They can, like a lot of Moda stuff, there's a steep learning curve. They can be a pain in the butt sometimes, but once you've learned that, and now there's more and more people have put out R code for doing it, so it's getting easier and easier as time goes on. But it's still, I don't want anyone to think that Modus is easy, but it's definitely, I think it's worth the work for sure.
Yeah,
and also, I'm also thinking that it's also great because satellite tags are a bit heavier than Modus tags. So if you catch a cuckoo that's too light for a satellite tag, you can put a Modus tag on it. And
that's
now,
exactly what I was just gonna say. They're so tiny.
They are.
And cheaper,
now,
right?
Yep,
Cheaper.
They are cheaper. And Modus tags also, they're now the hybrid ones that have a solar panel and a battery. So they can conceivably last a lifetime, but like any other tag, there's tags that end up being duds too. So you have to also be aware of that.
Right. All right. Well, I hear SSRS is the main person to contact if you want to set up a Modus tower, because you guys have all the expertise.
We have a lot, but there's other good, depending on your region, there's other places too, like the Bird Conservancy, the Rockies. They were doing a ton of great work in the Great Plains area. Then on the Pacific Northwest, of course, there's William Blake as well.
Awesome. Okay, Hira's got a hand up with a question. No, Hira?
Hi, no. Hi, Mary. I'm trying to formulate my thoughts so I can pose this question. But basically, one of the questions that comes up is the efficacy of some of our restoration efforts along the Middle Rio Grande in, recovering cuckoos and willow flycatchers. And we have such low numbers of cuckoos here. And so one of the things I was thinking about was, I really loved your work with the nodes. And I was thinking, what if we tagged a species that was kind of like a surrogate species to try to understand where there's vegetation in these restoration areas that is now suitable possibly for cuckoos, even though cuckoos don't exist there at this time. So I was trying to think about what size would the bird have to be? What species could we do that with? We were talking about yellow warblers. I know that you guys were doing Western tanagers, but I was just trying to figure out, because people talk, well, why do we have to even consider cuckoos? There's like one cuckoo out here in this whole stretch of river. When we're talking about trying to do restoration for listed species. But I thought, well, let's try to use some sort of surrogate riparian obligate to get at that. Does that make sense, the question that I'm asking? It was kind of messy the way I presented it.
The question you're asking does make sense, though. I don't really think you need that. I really do think that if you have good, healthy riparian habitat, if there's other cuckoo populations nearby, they're likely to use it. If, assuming there's other cuckoo populations, of course, and it also really depends on, you have the Sacramento River, which is the riparian habitat looks awesome. They should be there. And so I think there's other things going around. It's just not that simple. Just because you have cuckoos doesn't mean it's not suitable. And I don't know another bird could tell you that it is or not.
Any more questions, comments for Mary, or just in general about Modus or the kern? So at the last steering committee meeting that we had, Mary brought up that the idea that the cuckoo working group could organize and host a symposium at the next AOS meeting, which is scheduled to be in Estes Park, Colorado in October of next year, so 2024. They don't have that meeting information on the website yet, but hopefully soon. But that was the intel she gave us. And I think the steering committee thought it was a good idea. I know Hira and I talked about it and thought it was a great idea. We have had cuckoo symposiums in the past. So it one in 2008, which actually you can find a link to that on our website. And then another one in 2012, which was also in Estes Park, Colorado. And then in 2021, we had that all virtual symposium, which was really R2R focused. So seems like it's a good idea for multiple reasons to participate in some of these broader meetings every so often, because we can reach a larger audience and we can potentially create more collaborations to address recovery of the cuckoo and move some of our ideas forward. And there's also more opportunity for interdisciplinary or interspecies disciplinary engagement going to a meeting like that. And of course, in-person networking is really valuable. And we always have virtual meetings, as Edwin pointed out earlier. And then the timing's nice because since it's in October, it could be just our Cuckoo Working Group fall meeting for next year. And it'd be nice to be in person. I'm not sure about the potential for this meeting to be a hybrid event for some of our partners that are a lot farther away, like south of the border. So maybe a hybrid event would be great. I don't know if that's an option, but maybe that could be something we could figure out, or maybe even get permission to record it. I'm not sure what that would look like exactly, but we could explore it. And then if we agree it's a good idea, which we can chat after this, but you know, what would we discuss? So that got me thinking about just, there's been a lot of conversations that I've heard. Some of the most successful working groups not only have dedicated leadership, as Hira brought up earlier, but they also have these, they identify specific either limiting factors or major threats, and then they collaborate and work towards addressing those identified issues. So maybe that could be like a good maybe topic, or at least something to delve into of what we think we really want to focus on as a working group, basically. So at the symposium, the virtual one I was mentioning 2 years ago now, we brainstormed priority research topics for cuckoos, and then Hira compiled and created this really nice visual you see on the right-hand side. You can also find it on our website. And this visual displays just the top priority research topics that we identified as a working group during that brainstorming session. And so I was thinking that using our time at a symposium in 2024 to maybe discuss some of these top priority research topics, really kickstart some ideas of how we as a working group can effectively tackle some of these research topics. I think that could be really valuable for us. So we should think about, you know, what we'd like to focus on and maybe who might potentially be willing to present or lead the different topic discussions. So I never clicked, but habitat. So some of the examples were green up, vegetation, land use, occupancy models, prey and diet always seems to come up, doesn't it? Management and recovery, behavior surveys, movement. Those are the things we identified. And then I also wanted to mention R2R, simply because R2R really is the main reason and inspiration, if you will, that we revamped the working group in 2021. And I think we're going to continue to incorporate it into our discussions as this valuable conservation tool. So yeah, Callie covered a lot of this, but the main target actions that R2R sets forth, which we could discuss at the symposium, of how to, you know, really get at some of these. First and foremost, understanding population linkages and limiting factors causing declines. The next step will be creating targeted conservation actions, and also at the same time integrating social science, environmental social justice, and then having these limiting factors from biological science, incorporating it into a plan. So those are more the steps, and Callie talked about the different phases. She did a great job explaining that and showing where we are in the R2R phase, so I won't go into that, but we should think about, are there more ways to identify limiting factors for cuckoos? And what type of projects could address or figure those limiting factors out? Like, how can we move forward to get to number 2? Let's create targeted conservation action because we really know what the limiting factors are. I was also thinking that it would be nice to think about for the symposium to really think about the elbow cuckoo as a species and not just maybe really focusing on the Western DPS. I mean, obviously we will be talking about the Western DPS, but incorporating some of these Eastern species research and findings might be helpful. So, I mean, for example, the Eastern Western cuckoo populations, they might have some overlap on the wintering ground and at these key staging areas during migration. So maybe they have similar threats. And maybe conservation actions that help the elbow cuckoo like as a species on the wintering ground are gonna protect like not only the whole species, but also benefit the Western cuckoo. So I guess my point is that we should consider including information on Eastern cuckoos, as Eastern cuckoo researchers into our discussions and maybe into the symposium. But those are just my thoughts, and I want to gauge the interest of the working group for this idea of an in-person cuckoo symposium, and then take a little bit of time to explore what you all might suggest for themes and topics, and if anyone would be interested in volunteer to moderate or help, like if you're already planning on going to that meeting. And also, of course, if anyone be interested in presenting or like wants to suggest topics that they'd like to hear about. So first, I was gonna share a poll. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Share this poll. So I'll give you 5 minutes to go through the poll, and then I can share the results, hopefully. And we'll see what everyone thinks. So sorry the choices were a bit limited. I was really just going off of our brainstorming from the priority research topics. All right, so 86% are interested in attending. Not as many people interested in presenting. That's okay. 29% yes, and NA. Oh, I did have NAs in there. Would you be interested in organizing? Okay, few people. Great. Moderating. A few people, that's awesome. And let's see, road recovery topics, understand limiting factors. I guess that would be obvious, but and a tie, creating targeted conservation actions. Okay. And behavior surveys and movement. Looks like it's winning for priority research topics that you all would want included in the symposium. Cool. Well, we're going to use this information to plan, since it seems like most people are interested in trying to do this. I know I can hopefully participate as a facilitator. I'm thinking I can just because it is in Colorado. So you all know probably by now how much I love Padlet. So I also created a Padlet link. So just for everyone, like, so we can have a record of it kind of, and we can also talk, and you guys can unmute and just say what you think, and I can also be writing it down in the Padlet. But it's a nice way to kind of keep a record of what we talked about and what everyone kind of wants to see, because we really value everyone's input, and yeah, so please write down your thoughts and ideas under each column heading. I can share my screen and show you what the Padlet looks like. It's very basic, not very exciting.
And Jen, I was just going to say, so the 5 to 7 people who for each of those kind of questions said that they'd be interested in presenting or interested in helping moderate or organize, please reach out to Jenna and I as we move.
Or add your name to the Padlet and we'll have your name, or both. So I'm going to give you all 10 minutes because I think I have till 2:20. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to think about some of these things and fill in your thoughts. And then we can review them, or you guys can unmute and talk, and we don't have to be quiet. However you want to move forward.
Yeah, I think that the gap analysis seemed to really raise to the top of talking about, oops, sorry, there's my cat. Where money could be spent, what type of data we have, and what analyses could be done.
I'm going to add that as a comment. How money could be spent. What data we have. And what analyses could be done?
Yeah.
So are you thinking this is going to be like a series of talks and then time for a workshop, like in the break periods, or
we can do whatever you all want to do. Now's the time to brainstorm about that.
That was my preference, Callie, and I had mentioned to Jenna that we had done something similar for gray vireos here in New Mexico, where there was a few scientists here and there that were doing work on gray vireos, and so we decided to have a symposium to bring them together and share their study results. And then we had at the end a discussion where we talked about the data gaps, also talked about management needs, and then that was all written up in a document that was available to the public. And so, I think it would be great if we had some product in mind from this, something that we could share out, some sort of action and summary that would
go
come
under outcomes, put summary.
Yeah,
there's an outcomes column. What?
Yeah, some sort of action, some sort of action plan about next steps in terms of like, okay, here, this has been identified. We want to do, for example, a gap analysis. Okay, how would we do that? What's the next steps? How would we move forward? What are our priorities and how are we going to move forward on meeting those priorities?
Okay. Does anybody want to unmute and share? If you don't like the Padlet, that's fine.
I think an idea of having a combination of presentations and then like workshop to come up with some, products is a really good one.
Would there be a theme associated with it, or we would just kind of do like a hodgepodge of?
I think of coming up with some sort of directed theme would be good. I don't know. I don't have that in mind at this point in time, but yes, I think having a directed theme is a good idea.
Yeah, I agree. I assume like the amount of space for symposiums is limited. I have no idea. I've never like actually, organized a conference, but
that's true. We would have to submit like a proposal for it.
And we might want to think about like, if we don't get a symposium spot, I think we could still apply for a workshop or like, something like that, or have an unofficial workshop during one of the breaks, whether it's like AOS sanctioned or not.
I personally like the idea of like an R2R type, how to try to move to phase 2. That could be the theme. I mean, I know we're already working on it, Callie. You are. But what else can we do?
No, I like that idea. I'm just trying to think of like what the talks would be.
Yes.
But no, I like that idea.
And I forgot to mention, you can also rate the different ideas. So if you like one idea a whole lot, you can actually give it a rating, like stars. So if you give it a bunch of stars, it'll, I think, go to the top. Hira, I know you had mentioned maybe you'd be interested in attending and being a facilitator, potentially. Or Callie? Or someone else? Anyone?
Yes, I'm happy to attend and be a facilitator and help organize.
I think it would be great to have a discussion of really where you have these, you know, the data that people are storing that have not been analyzed, and that maybe people aren't aware that exist. Because we're always sort of talking about data gaps and filling these data gaps, but maybe some of these data have already been collected and they just need to be analyzed.
That's true, and maybe we could help coordinate funding to get them analyzed, potentially, or at least get collaborators together. Okay, I'm not sure where I could put that. I got distracted with, someone did say they're able to attend in October 2024, but there's no name. If so, I'd be willing to help facilitate or organize a session or workshop. That is awesome. Thank you. You can either email us, here or I, or add your name, whatever you prefer. Oh, thanks, Bruce.
Hey, Jenna, I don't know
Yeah.
if it's on my end, but your screen is like really small. I can't read it.
Are you serious? Oh no.
Is there a way to...
Let's see. Is that better?
That's better, yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Let's see. I did have here under gap analysis, how money could be spent, what data we have, and what analyses could be done. So that kind of covers what you were saying here a little bit, but I could make it something separate too.
That was my comment.
Yeah, I know. I wrote down what you said. It was actually my comment.
That was my comment.
Well, I'm not sure what presenters, okay. Could we have a 30-minute section where people give mini presentations on their related information? That way we can get a lot of info on habitat, prey, nesting behavior, survey data, etc. That would be cool. So like, I think we did this before, right? Here, like, it was like 5-minute like lightning talks, and it's all related topics.
That was all for our habitat requirements.
Yeah.
And so it was very focused. I think we were thinking, and this is just something we're thinking right now, but we were thinking to try to have maybe some sort of theme, and have the talks be more focused towards that, so that we could have some sort of deliverable and product coming out of this, as opposed to just a general symposium, because we've had those types of meetings before where it's just general updates on different work that's going on, and sort of new results and discoveries. So we were hoping to use the symposium to really move us forward in the direction that we want to go.
I agree with that. I mean, having a dedicated theme, though, that idea of putting together the data available and gap analysis, it strikes me that if we wanted the workshop part to be useful, because that, like, doing like a gap analysis would be more, thinking about a gap analysis would be something we do at a workshop, not a presentation. But maybe there needs to be some like work ahead of time, figuring out what data is available, so that then during the workshop, we could strategize about how to use it or how to perform a gap analysis. Unless someone was thinking they would present a gap analysis that has already been done at the thing.
No, absolutely, Callie. When Matt Johnson and I put on the Cuckoo Symposium with when it was the AOU in Santa Barbara, we sent out a form to all the different presenters to gather information from them that we then used to organize the speaker lineup, but also to kind of unify all of the talks. So we could send out some sort of questionnaire that asks like, what type of data do you have? Are those data you're willing to share and collaborate with others on, on analyzing, things like that.
So feel free to add that in a column so it can be captured, Hira. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in saying, I think the gap analysis could be coupled with a collaborative effort to really do an updated, more comprehensive limiting factors analysis. And, both of those could be well suited for workshop format, but only if there was a fair bit of prep in advance.
Okay. Well, to be mindful of everyone's time, I was going to wrap up, but please feel free to keep this link and add whatever ideas you might think of or have. You can access the link. I'll keep it open and up so you can access it and just add to it, or you can just email Hira or myself. Yeah. Did you have anything else to add, Hira?
In terms of specifically the Padlet or
Yes.
No.
Oh, someone's knocking at my door. So thanks to all our presenters today, and all of you attending this meeting and participating in the discussion. I think we got at a peak of like 60 people were registered, but or around there. But I think it was really successful, and I really enjoyed all the presentations, as I'm sure you all did. Please feel free to reach out to myself or Hira, or any of our speakers if you have more questions. It's really great to see the working group be able to help to build these collaborative relationships. And then moving forward, please be on the lookout for the meeting recordings to be sent out on the working group listserv. And Hira's really good about posting it on the website. I'll also be on the lookout for announcements coming in late winter, early spring about a spring meeting or a webinar series, or maybe even attending Cuckoo Festival. And also, if you have any ideas for topics you'd like to hear more about, or you'd like to present something, please let us know. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that if you're interested in getting more involved with the working group in any capacity, really, especially if you want to be the next coordinator, please contact Hira. And also, please feel free to share any pertinent Cuckoo information on our listserv. It doesn't, anyone can post to the listserv. Anyone can email the group. You just send the email to YBCU working groups at googlegroups.com. I could put it in the chat if that's helpful. But thank you, everyone. And
can I just
oh, go ahead.
Just thinking about the symposium, and like I realize people's ability to go to the Road to Recovery workshop in January is limited based on your job and funding. There is funding available technically if you might need help, but like that could be a really good place where there's going to be time set aside for working groups to start to talk, and like could be a place where we could start thinking about a gap analysis. And I mean, there's literally, that's going to be one of the topics there.
That'd be really awesome.
If people are able to go, I mean, I know I won't be able to, I'll be in the field, but if we had some Cuckoo reps there, then some of this work could be accomplished then.
I really want to go. It gets sticky with my job. So if anyone else is interested, please email Hira or Callie or register, or let us know that you want to represent the Cuckoo working group, or just go and sit in.
Yeah, and Callie, in order to kind of have those discussions, we'd have to have a good representation of folks from the working group. And right now, we're just looking for at least one representative.
Yeah.
But I think that, like, I mean, I'm not saying anything would be decided there, but it could be a good place to start some of these conversations, and then do the rest virtually.
Right. I agree.
Sorry, I think I cut someone off.
Oh, no worries. I was just going to say I'm going to be I'm going to the R2R.
Oh, great, Mary.
Meeting. Yep.
Are you with the Whipple working group?
There's no Whipple working group. I would
Okay.
love to start one, but I just don't have I have other things that I'm concentrating on, but yeah, no, I'm there as part of the international committee, but I can also represent the Cuckoo one or just meet with anybody that's in the Cuckoo one there.
Cool. Thanks, Mary.
Great.
Sure.
Okay, well, with that, I am gonna sign off. And look out for emails soon with updates. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Bye.
Jen.